Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Ghost in the Machine, Digital Doppelganger Emerges. I woke up to the faint hum of the refrigerator, the low drone threading through the apartment like a quiet reminder that nothing had changed overnight. I didn't check my phone first thing in the morning. Not unless I was running late or expecting a call. Today was Saturday, slow and unremarkable, the kind of day you let slip by without much fuss. I liked it that way. Quiet. Predictable. My life had been a series of small routines for the past few years. Work from home, order takeout on Tuesdays, call my mom on Sundays. Nothing flashy. Nothing to draw attention. I preferred it that way. But this morning, something felt off. I dragged myself out of bed, the wooden floor cold against my feet, and shuffled to the kitchen. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and distant, breaking the early calm. I poured a mug of coffee, the bitter steam filling the cramped space between the chipped cabinets and the scratched countertop. I set the mug down and sat at the table, the chair scraping softly against the floor. I remembered the strange message from yesterday. At least, that's what I told myself. It was a glitch, maybe, or an accident. I had checked my social media accounts the night before and noticed something odd. A post I didn't write. A picture I didn't take. It was subtle, almost easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. The kind of thing that slips by in the endless scroll of feeds and notifications. But it was there. The post was from my account, timestamped at 2:13 p.m., which was right in the middle of a meeting I had with my manager. I was sure of that because I'd been staring at the screen, answering questions, trying not to yawn. The photo was innocuous, a blurry shot of an empty street corner near my apartment. Nothing remarkable. No caption, no tags. Just the image. I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself it was a mistake. Maybe someone hacked the account. Maybe it was a scheduled post I'd forgotten about. But I don't use scheduling tools. I'm not that organized. And the timing? It didn't add up. I shrugged it off. Deleted the post. Changed my passwords again because, well, better safe than sorry. I told myself not to think about it too much. There were bigger things in the world. Now, as I sat sipping lukewarm coffee, my phone buzzed. A message. From my own number. Hey, you up? I frowned. That wasn't right. I don't text myself. Or at least, not like this. The message was brief, casual, almost friendly. But it gave me a chill. I tapped the screen, opened the message app, and saw a string of texts I hadn't sent. Meet me at the park in an hour. Don't tell anyone. Trust me. My hands trembled, or maybe that was the cold coffee. I blinked and stared again. The messages were all from me, or at least from an account pretending to be me. But I'd never sent those. I tried to call my best friend, Emma, but the line went straight to voicemail. Odd. She usually answers on weekends. I left a message, trying to keep my voice steady, but I'm not sure I succeeded. Hey, it's me. Something's weird. Can you call me back? The silence that followed felt heavier than the usual quiet of my apartment. No reply. No indication that anything was wrong, or maybe that was the problem. I stood and walked to the window, the glass cool against my palm. The street below was empty, save for a few cars parked haphazardly, their windows reflecting the pale sky. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees lining the sidewalk, carrying the faint scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic, maybe, or just the leftover smell of the city after rain. I thought about the messages again. Who or what was behind them? Was it a hacker? Some prank? Or worse, someone watching me? The idea seemed ridiculous. Paranoia, maybe. But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more unsettled I felt. Like there was a shadow version of me out there, moving through the digital world without my consent. I checked the security cameras on my front door next. The app loaded slowly, the grainy black and white footage showing nothing unusual, a delivery guy dropping off a package yesterday afternoon, no one lurking outside or peeking through the windows. The timestamp matched my memory. No intruders. No signs of forced entry. Just an ordinary day. But if everything looked normal, why did my gut tighten every time I looked at my phone? I sat back down, the chair creaking under my weight, and opened my laptop. Maybe it was time to dig deeper. I logged into my email, scanned for any suspicious activity, and found nothing out of place. No password reset emails, no unfamiliar logins. My bank accounts were untouched. My other social media profiles showed no signs of compromise. Yet, there it was, that post. The messages. The eerie feeling of being watched through a screen. I typed unauthorized posts on social media into the search bar, scrolling through forums and advice columns. Most people talked about phishing scams or bots, but one thread caught my eye. Someone mentioned a digital doppelganger, a term I'd never heard before. It sounded like something out of a sci-fi novel, but the description fit too closely. An account that mimics your online presence, posting and interacting without your knowledge. Creepy. Almost impossible. But not impossible enough to ignore. The afternoon sun slipped behind a bank of clouds, the room dimming until the artificial light of my desk lamp was the only glow left. I rubbed my eyes and noticed a new notification blinking on my phone. Heart pounding, I unlocked the screen. Why don't you join us tonight? Everyone's waiting. The message was from my own account again. I stared at it, the letters blurring together. Who was us? Who was everyone? And why did it feel like the words were a trap? I wanted to delete the messages, log off, shut down every device and pretend none of this was happening. But I couldn't. Something held me here, glued to the screen, watching my own digital shadow stretch out, reaching for the life I thought was mine. Outside, a siren wailed in the distance, sharp, urgent, slicing through the quiet like a warning I wasn't ready to heed. The message lingered on my phone screen, faintly glowing in the dim light of the desk lamp. Why don't you join us tonight? Everyone's waiting. It felt less like an invitation and more like a command. I sat frozen for a while, the silence of the apartment wrapping around me like a thick, damp blanket. Outside, the siren was gone now, replaced by the distant hum of traffic and an occasional bark from a restless dog. I could almost hear my own breath, sharp and uneven. I locked the phone and set it down, but the unease didn't fade. I rubbed my hands together, feeling the rough calluses against my palms, a grounding texture amid the chaos in my head. Something was very wrong. The more I thought about it, the more absurd it sounded, the idea of someone, or something, controlling my online life without me. But the evidence was there. Clear, unsettling, and impossible to ignore. The clock ticked past midnight before I finally shut off the lamp and crawled into bed. Sleep was elusive. My thoughts ricocheted between disbelief and a gnawing fear that I was losing control over my own identity. I kept imagining those messages appearing on my screen, the shadow self typing away when I wasn't looking. Morning came gray and heavy, a soft drizzle tapping against the window. I reached for my phone immediately, half expecting to find another message, but the screen was clear. Still, I didn't trust it. I needed answers. I couldn't just wait for this to happen again. I had to dig deeper. I brewed a strong coffee, the bitter aroma filling the kitchen, and sat down at my cluttered desk. The laptop's screen illuminated the room with a cold, sterile light. I opened a new browser window and typed in my name, curiosity driving my fingers faster than usual. Social media profiles, blog posts, photos, all the usual stuff. But then I noticed something odd. There was an account I hadn't seen before. It used my full name, the same profile picture I'd uploaded months ago, but the posts were different. More personal. More invasive. Messages that spoke directly to people I knew, sharing opinions I never voiced, photos taken from angles I didn't recognize. This account was active while I was offline, posting at times I was asleep or at work. I clicked through the feed with growing dread. The posts weren't just random. They seemed deliberate, tailored to provoke reactions or steer conversations. One message commented on a recent argument I had with a friend. Another shared a photo from a party I hadn't attended but had been invited to. It was like someone had been living my life in secret, shaping how others saw me. I leaned back, the chair creaking beneath me. My hands trembled slightly as I scrolled through the comments. Some friends had responded, confused or upset. One wrote, "Are you okay? This doesn't sound like you at all." Another posted a meme I would never share, mocking a cause I cared deeply about. That's when I realized the stakes weren't just digital. My relationships were at risk. If this continued, I could lose people who mattered. The thought made my chest tighten, a cold wave of helplessness washing over me. I grabbed my phone again and called Sarah. She picked up after the third ring, her voice bright but cautious. "Hey, everything okay?" "Not really," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "I need to talk to you about something strange. About my social media." There was a pause. "Okay. What's going on?" I explained the account, the messages, the photos. How it was posting without my knowledge, pretending to be me. Sarah's voice softened. "That's creepy. Like identity theft, but worse." "Exactly. I don't know who's doing it or why. And it's messing with my friends, my reputation." I trailed off, the weight of it pressing down hard. "Have you thought about contacting the platform? Reporting it?" "I did. Twice. They said they'd look into it, but nothing's changed." My voice was tight. "I'm starting to wonder if it's someone I know." Sarah was quiet for a moment. "If that's true, it's someone who knows you well enough to imitate you perfectly. That's unsettling. You probably think I'm imagining things." "Yeah." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "I'm going to find out who. I have to." After hanging up, I opened my laptop again, determined to uncover more. I started cross-referencing timestamps on the fake account's posts with my own activity logs. The pattern was clear. Whenever I was offline, the shadow account was active. Late at night, early mornings, lunch breaks at work. Someone was watching me, waiting for the right moments. I checked my email next. Nothing unusual there, no alerts, no password resets. But then I noticed something in the spam folder, a message flagged as suspicious login attempt. The IP address was unfamiliar, originating from a location miles away from my usual spots. I copied it down, the numbers feeling like a cryptic clue. I decided to dig into IP tracking websites, trying to trace the source. It led me to a cafe not far from my apartment. A place I'd never been but now seemed ominously close. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Was whoever was behind this sitting somewhere nearby, watching me now? The thought made my skin crawl. That afternoon, I went to the cafe, pretending to be casual but every sense on high alert. The air inside smelled of burnt coffee and old wood, a dull murmur of conversation filling the space. I found a corner seat, pretending to read while watching the door. Minutes passed. No one approached me. No one seemed to watch me. Still, I felt exposed, like a character under a spotlight in a play I hadn't agreed to join. I ordered a tea, the warmth of the cup a small comfort against the cool draft sneaking through the cracked window. As I sipped, I pulled out my phone again, refreshing the shadow account's feed. New posts had appeared, more cryptic now, less coherent. One read, "You can't hide forever. We see everything." My stomach turned. Who was we? I didn't want to think about it, but the message felt like a warning, maybe even a threat. I left the cafe quickly, the sky outside darkening with the promise of rain. The streets were slick, the smell of wet asphalt filling my nostrils. My shoes splashed through shallow puddles as I hurried home, heart thudding in my chest. Back in my apartment, I shut the door and leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper now, the silence louder. I wasn't just fighting for control of my online life anymore. It felt like something bigger, like a slow, tightening noose around my very sense of self. I sat down at my desk, the glow of the laptop screen harsh in the dark. There was more to uncover. More questions than answers. And somewhere out there, the shadow waited. I typed a quick message into a note app, reminding myself to contact an old friend who worked in cybersecurity. If anyone could help me untangle this, it was him. Then, without warning, my phone buzzed again. Another message from my own account popped up. "Come find us. Tonight. Don't keep us waiting." I stared at the screen, fingers frozen over the keyboard. My pulse hammered in my ears. I wanted to delete the message, to turn everything off and run. But I didn't. Because this wasn't just about a digital ghost anymore. It was about me. And I was running out of time. The room was colder than before. I didn't notice it at first, just the faint hum of the laptop, the uneven breathing of the fan, and the way the curtain shifted slightly, touched by the night's draft sneaking through the cracked window. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, reluctant, unsure. The screen glared back at me, unforgiving and bright in the dark. Another post had appeared on the shadow account. This time, the message was different, precise. "You're part of the system now. No exit." I blinked, the words burning into my vision. Part of the system? What system? Who were they? "We see everything," it had said earlier. I swallowed, mouth suddenly dry. The phrase echoed in my mind, twisting, folding, a slow trickle of dread pooling in my stomach. I closed the laptop without shutting it down, like I could just erase what had happened. Like it was something I could step away from. But the digital world wasn't a place you just walked out of. It was a trap, and I was caught somewhere in the middle. I paced the small apartment, the linoleum floor cold beneath my bare feet. The smell of rain lingered on my jacket, damp and sharp. The city outside was silent except for a distant dog barking, a low, mournful sound that made hairs rise on the back of my neck. I pressed my palm against the plaster wall, feeling its uneven texture, the roughness grounding me. Was this real? Was I still in control? I wanted to call someone. Anyone. But who could I trust? My friends would think I was losing it, and the police. What exactly would I tell them? Someone's taken over my online persona. They're posting in my name. They're watching me. Ridiculous. No, I was alone in this. That much was clear. I sat back down at the desk, pulling the laptop close again. This time, I opened the account settings, looking for any clues, anything that would tell me who was behind this. It wasn't just a hack profile or a prank, it felt deliberate, personal. The posts weren't random, they tracked me, referenced my routines, moments I hadn't even shared online. Like someone was living inside my life, wearing my identity like a second skin. A new message popped up mid-scroll. Look closer. You can't run from yourself. Cold sweat broke across my forehead as I stared at it. The phrase unsettled me, but not just because of the threat. It implied intimacy, knowledge. Someone who knew me, or at least thought they did. Then I noticed the photos. Blurry, grainy images taken from angles that didn't belong to me, a street corner I passed on my way home, the reflection of my apartment building in a rain-slicked window, a snapshot of the sidewalk outside. Someone was following me. Watching me. My breath hitched. The room tilted slightly. Panic flashed sharp and bright. I shoved the chair back and stood, knocking over a mug. The clatter shattered the silence, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I needed to leave the apartment. But where? The thought of walking down those streets at night, alone, felt like stepping into a snare. And yet, staying here, the place that was supposed to be my refuge, felt worse. I grabbed my coat, keys, phone, trying to act fast before the creeping paralysis could take hold. I needed fresh air, a change of scenery, maybe even a face-to-face conversation with someone who could help. Or at least distract me. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the air was thick with dampness. The city smelled like wet concrete and exhaust fumes, a mix that felt both familiar and suffocating. I walked without direction, letting my feet carry me away from the suffocating silence of my apartment. After a few blocks, I ducked into an all-night diner. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a pale glow on vinyl booths and chrome edges. The smell of coffee and fried eggs was surprisingly comforting. Late night, the waitress said, sliding a cup toward me without asking. I nodded, staring into the dark liquid. Yeah. Couldn't sleep. She watched me for a moment, then asked, "Everything okay?" I hesitated. How do you explain this? Someone's messing with me online. Using my name. Posting things I never wrote. Her eyebrows knit together. Sounds like trouble. It is. I realized I sounded breathless, disconnected. It's like they're controlling how people see me, even when I'm not around. She gave a slow nod. Social media's a beast. Can tear you apart if you're not careful. I wanted to ask if she'd ever felt stalked, watched, like a shadow was following her, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way she looked at the door when I came in, or how her hand trembled slightly as she refilled my cup. I shook it off. Paranoia. That's all. Back out on the street, the city felt different. The streetlights flickered in the mist, and every passing figure glanced too long in my direction. Was it just me, or did the shadows seem alive? I pulled my collar tighter. I thought about the posts, the photos, the messages. Whoever was behind this wasn't just some hacker playing a game. They wanted something from me. Control, maybe. Or something worse, total erasure of who I was, replaced by this digital puppet they pulled strings on. And then the thought struck me like cold water. I couldn't escape. No matter where I went, the shadow would follow. Back home, I tried to shut it all out. I changed my passwords again, updated security settings, logged out of every device I owned. The feeling of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it grew sharper, like a low hum beneath the skin. Then, Just as sleep finally caught me, my phone buzzed with a new notification. A direct message from the Shadow account. It was a photo of my apartment's front door. And the caption read, "We're closer than you think." The buzz of the message dragged me out of whatever fragile calm had started to settle. I swallowed hard. The room felt colder, but maybe it was just the sweat cooling on my skin. I kept the phone in my hand, thumb hovering over the screen, unwilling to open the message thread further. Whatever came next, I didn't want to see it. Not yet. The ceiling fan clicked, its slow rotation uneven, making the shadows dance in a way that made me imagine flickering flames. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. Outside, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, and then nothing. Just the distant hum of city life, muffled by the window seal. I wanted to believe this was some kind of sick joke, a twisted prank by someone who knew I'd see it. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't random. The shadow that had been lurking behind my digital life was now stepping into my real world, pushing at the edges of my sanity. I sat up. The room smelled faintly of coffee, old, cold, bitter, and the plaster on the wall behind me was rough and cracked, like the cracks spreading through my own sense of safety. I needed answers, or at least a plan. But where to start? The police? The thought made me laugh quietly, bitterly. What, and tell them my online life's been hijacked by some ghost in the machine? I shook my head. No one would understand. I opened the message again, fingers trembling. This time, there was more, a link. Clicking it made my browser load a live feed. My building's lobby. The camera angle was just right, showing the entrance from the hallway's ceiling. And there, faint but visible, a figure stood just beyond the glass doors, pale against the yellowed light of the hallway. I shut the laptop with a sharp snap. My breath came out in ragged bursts. Someone was watching me. Watching me right now. I paced the small living room, the floor creaking beneath my feet. Every sound felt amplified, the tick of the clock, the faint drip from the kitchen faucet, the distant rumble of a subway train beneath the city streets. I couldn't sit still. My hands itched to do something, anything, but what? I was trapped in a maze of screens and shadows. The phone buzzed again. Another message. No photo this time, only words. You can't hide behind pixels forever. I pressed my forehead against the cold window glass, trying to steady my thoughts. The city sprawled out, indifferent, its lights flickering like distant stars. But I wasn't a star. I was a target. I thought about calling Mia. She'd listen. She always did. But even that felt risky now. What if the shadow was watching my phone calls? Reading my texts? I hesitated, thumb hovering over her name and my contacts. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe not. I dialed anyway. The line rang once, twice. Then her voice, soft and tired. "Hey. It's late. Everything okay?" I swallowed the lump in my throat. "Nia, something's wrong. Someone's pretending to be me online. They're posting things, sending messages. And now they send me a photo of my front door." There was a pause. "Are you safe?" "I don't know." My voice cracked. "I don't know if I'm even me anymore." She sighed. "Listen, you need to come over. You don't have to deal with this alone." I nodded, though she couldn't see it. Yeah, I'll come. I just need a minute." I hung up and looked around the apartment like it had betrayed me. The walls, the furniture, even the air felt hostile. I grabbed my coat, the fabric rough against my skin, and slipped my phone into my pocket. The hallway was pitch black when I stepped outside, the building's dim emergency lights casting long, eerie shadows. The street was nearly empty. The mist from earlier had thickened, swallowing the street lamp's glow. I pulled my collar tighter, the cold biting at my neck. Every step felt heavier than the last, like the air itself was pressing down on me. I kept glancing back, though I knew it was foolish. No one was there. But the feeling of eyes unseen, relentless, clung to me like a second skin. At Leah's apartment, the door buzzed open before I could knock. She greeted me with a worried smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Come in. Tell me everything." Her place was warmer, smaller, cluttered with books and half-empty mugs. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something sharp, maybe lemon cleaner. I sank into the couch, the cushions sighing beneath me. She handed me a mug of tea, steam curling upward, and waited. I told her about the account, the photos, the messages. About the live feed. The stalking. When I finished, she rubbed her temples. "This is serious. Whoever this is, they know you intimately. And they're escalating." "I'm scared," I admitted, voice barely a whisper. What if they're watching everything I do? What if I'm just a ghost in my own life now? Leah shook her head. "You're not. But you need to take control, or this will keep spiraling. We need to find out who it is." "How?" "They're invisible. Untraceable." She pulled out her laptop, fingers flying over the keys. "Not always. There are ways to dig deeper. I know some people." I watched the screen glow, the search for digital footprints unfolding like a map. Somewhere in the maze of code, in the hidden corners of the internet, there had to be a trail. Then a soft ping interrupted us. A new message on my phone. I checked it quickly. A video. Short, shaky. The camera focused on a familiar face, mine. But different. Cold. Smiling, but not like me. The message, "See you soon." My hands tightened around the mug until the porcelain bit into my skin. The room spun slowly, a blur of shadow and light. I swallowed the rising panic, forcing my voice steady. They're not just online anymore. They're in my life. And they want me to know it. Leah looked up, eyes sharp. Then we don't wait. We fight. Starting now. The clock ticked loudly in the background, each second a reminder that the shadow was closing in. Outside, the city breathed, indifferent and vast. But inside, in that small room, I felt the walls closing tighter. The shadow had won a foothold. And I had no idea how to claw it back. The clock kept ticking, slow and steady, as if mocking me from the corner of the room. Leah was still there, her eyes sharp but tired, the kind of tired that doesn't come from lack of sleep but from the weight of knowing something awful is waiting just outside the door. She leaned forward, fingers tapping a restless rhythm on the table. "We can't just keep chasing shadows," she said quietly. "We need a plan." I nodded, even though inside my head, the lines between plan and panic blurred. The shadow wasn't just online anymore. It had crossed the threshold into my life, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever get it back. The next morning, the sun came up pale and hesitant, like it didn't want to disturb the mess inside my head. I woke up staring at the ceiling, the silence of my apartment pressing down harder than the night before. The phone sat on the nightstand, face down. I didn't want to look, but I had to. After what felt like an hour of staring at the ceiling, I flipped it over. No new messages, no new videos. Just the same cold glow, the same digital imprint of a self I barely recognized. I took a deep breath, tasting the stale air. The faint scent of coffee from the kitchen drifted in, a reminder that life outside this nightmare still moved forward. I got up, boots grazing the floor, and went to the window. The city was waking, cars crawling along the street, distant sirens wailing like an invisible alarm. I rubbed my eyes and pulled my phone back out. Time to trace the trail, to find the person or people behind this. Mia had spent the night digging through forums and chat logs, tracing IP addresses and cross-referencing timestamps. She was relentless, a machine programmed to hunt in the digital dark. I was grateful but also scared by how much she knew, how deep this rabbit hole went. "We found something," she said, voice low and urgent. We sat in the cramped corner of my apartment, the hum of the laptop filling the room like static electricity. "There's a network. Not just one person. A group. They've been monitoring your accounts for months. Posting, messaging, even responding to people pretending to be you." I swallowed hard, the bitterness rising in my throat again. "Why? What do they want?" Mia shrugged. "Control, maybe. Power. Or maybe they're just sick. It's hard to say. But they're organized, careful. We're not dealing with some random hacker." That explained the chilling professionalism behind it all, the ease with which they had slipped into my life like a shadow slipping between cracks. But it didn't make it any easier to accept. The following days bled into one another. I changed passwords until my fingers cramped, set up two-factor authentication on everything. Every notification made my skin crawl. I sensed eyes on me, though I knew it was just paranoia. Or maybe not. I stopped going out. The streets felt too exposed, too vulnerable. Even the hum of the city, the distant barking of a dog, the rumble of a bus felt like a soundtrack to some unseen observer. I lived in fragments, checking messages, deleting posts, trying to reclaim breadcrumbs of my identity. Mia was my anchor. She came by every day, bringing coffee and updates, sitting with me while I stared blankly at the screen. Her presence was steady, a constant in the chaos. One afternoon, she looked up from her laptop, eyes tired but resolute. "I think we can shut them down. But it's going to take time. We need to be patient." I wanted to believe her. I needed to believe her. Weeks passed. The digital storm calmed, the fake posts slowed and then stopped altogether. I began tentatively stepping back outside, the sun feeling strangely harsh on my skin after so long inside. But the fear didn't vanish. It lingered like a shadow behind every moment of peace. One evening, I sat on the fire escape, the rough metal cool against my back. The city lights flickered below, a constellation of human lives moving on without me. I tasted the sharp bite of cold air and listened to the distant murmur of traffic. Somewhere nearby, a child laughed. Life, stubborn and relentless. I thought about the face in that video, the cold smile I didn't recognize. It was still out there, somewhere. I didn't know if it was a person or a mask. But I did know one thing. I wasn't the same person I'd been before this started. The shadow had stretched inside me, tangled in my thoughts, shifting the way I saw myself. I realized the fight wasn't just about regaining control over my digital presence. It was about reclaiming me. Months later, the accounts remained silent. Mia and I had set up alerts, routines, a system to catch anything before it grew. I'd rebuild my digital life with care, learning to guard the doors while keeping them open enough to live. But every so often, late at night, I caught myself wondering if the shadow was still watching. If the cold smile would return on my screen uninvited. The thought made my hands tremble, but I no longer let it choke me. I was here. I was real. And despite everything, I was still me. The city outside my window never stopped moving, never stopped watching either. But I'd learned to live with that, The shadow might have left its mark, but it hadn't won. Silence. Complete silence for a moment. Then the soft ping of a message. I didn't check it. Not yet. I'd earned the right to choose when to look. Story 2, Coast Route, Navigating London's Vanishing Streets. The first time I noticed the GPS glitch was during a drizzle that made the London streets shimmer like wet glass. The day had been long, the kind where your feet ache through the soles and your throat dries out from the stale air inside the cab. I was parked near King's Cross, waiting for a shift change, when my screen pinged a new fare request. The address was somewhere in Whitechapel, a part of the city I hadn't explored much yet. The app gave me the pickup point, a small, nondescript cafe tucked in a narrow street that smelled faintly of damp cardboard and burnt coffee. Perfect, I thought, a chance to stretch my legs and maybe grab a decent cup. When I pulled up, the passenger was already waiting. A woman, maybe late 30s, wearing a well-worn trench coat and a scarf that looked like it had seen better winters. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the street as if she expected someone or something to appear out of the shadows. She climbed in without a word, the door closing with a soft thud behind her. The faint scent of lavender followed her inside, oddly out of place in the usual city grime. Destination? I asked, flipping on the meter. She hesitated a moment, then told me a street name I didn't recognize. Something off the map, I thought. Still, I punched it into the GPS. The screen blinked, then spun with that familiar buffering circle before settling on a route that cut through a maze of back alleys. Narrow, twisting lanes with peeling paint on the walls and trash bins overflowing with soggy newspapers. The GPS signal disappeared entirely after a few minutes, the little red item frozen in place. I glanced at her. She was watching me, but her expression was impossible to read. Not angry, not nervous, just waiting. Signal's gone, I said, more to fill the silence than out of concern. These streets must be a dead zone. She nodded without looking away from the window. Outside, the city's usual hum, the distant hum of buses, the chatter of late-night wanderers faded into something quieter, almost too quiet. I could hear the soft scrape of tires on wet cobbles and the occasional drip of water from a gutter spout. Somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. I tried to focus on the road, but the feeling wasn't right. The alleys were narrower than they looked on the map, the buildings crowding closer, their windows dark and blank like eyes that refused to meet mine. My hands gripped the wheel a little tighter. I liked to think I was calm, steady, but the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Why this way? I asked, glancing sideways. She shrugged lightly. Shortest route, she said. Her voice was low and steady. She didn't offer more. I wanted to argue. Tell her we could take a main road, safer, more open. But something about her made me hold back. Maybe it was the way she kept checking the rearview mirror, as if expecting someone to tail us. Or maybe it was the way the city seemed to shrink around us, the usual landmarks swallowed by the shadows. The alley ended at a dead end, a narrow passage between two crumbling brick walls. I pulled the cab to a stop, my engine ticking as it cooled. She looked at me then, her eyes sharper now, almost urgent. Here, she said. I glanced around. No sign of the GPS signal. No streetlights, just a flickering lamppost that cast long, jittering shadows. An old wooden door set into the wall, its paint cracked and faded, stood half open. Beyond it, darkness. Are you sure? I asked. She nodded again, almost impatient. I opened the door for her. The smell hit me first, damp earth, something metallic and a faint, almost medicinal sharpness that made my nose wrinkle. She stepped inside, disappearing into the gloom. I waited a beat, then shut the door, my heart thudding in the silence. No footsteps behind me. No, thank you. I looked back at the street. The city lights were distant now, the hum gone entirely. When I checked the app again, the GPS signal returned, snapping back to life, but the route was different now, looping, endless. I shut off the meter and sat still, the rain tapping a steady rhythm on the roof. The cab smelled of wet leather and cold metal. I tried to shake the feeling that I'd just been part of something I didn't understand. That was the first time the back alleys crept into my work. I told myself it was just a one-off, an odd request from a passenger who knew her way. But even then, as I drove back to the main road, I couldn't ignore the way the city's familiar hum had died away, replaced by a silence that felt too thick to be natural. The next few days blurred together. Passengers came and went, some chatting about football scores, others wrapped in their own worlds. But the memory of that night stuck with me, a quiet nagging at the edge of my thoughts. I caught myself scanning the streets more carefully, noticing the alleys I'd never explored, those narrow, forgotten gaps between old buildings where the GPS faltered and the city's usual chatter faded. Then, a week later, it happened again. I was parked outside a late-night pub near Shoreditch when a man flagged me down. He was in his 40s, dressed in a cheap suit that had seen better days, his eyes darting nervously. He requested a route that pulled me away from the main roads, into a labyrinth of side streets. The GPS lost signal once more, the screen freezing like before. He didn't speak much, just gave me a tight smile now and then. When we reached a dead end, a narrow alley lined with shuttered shops, he turned to me and said quietly, "You're new here, aren't you?" I nodded, unsure where the conversation was going. "Watch those routes," he said, voice low. "Some places aren't on the map for a reason." Then he was gone, slipping into the shadows before I could ask what he meant. That's when the city started feeling less like home and more like a place with hidden corners I wasn't meant to see. I kept thinking about those alleys, forgotten by most, alive with a silence that wasn't peaceful. It was something else entirely. I didn't know it yet, but those back streets were part of something darker, a network of detours and dead ends designed to trap people. Not with threats or violence, but with silence, with disappearance. The kind of thing that gnaws at you in the quiet moments, when the city's noise turns off and you're left alone with your own thoughts and the shadows just beyond the streetlight's reach. I kept driving, because what else could I do? But every time the GPS blinked out and the usual hum faded, my hands trembled just a little. And I couldn't stop wondering who was really calling the shots in those forgotten alleys. The next morning, I woke up with a dull ache behind my eyes, like the city itself had settled in overnight and refused to let me shake it off. The memory of the man's words, "Some places aren't on the map for a reason," kept crawling through my mind, uninvited and insistent. I lay there staring at the cracked ceiling of my flat, the city's distant murmur slipping through the thin walls. It was quieter than usual. Almost too quiet. I poured a cup of black tea, the bitter warmth grounding me slightly. The kettle's whistle cut through the silence, sharp and ordinary, and for a moment I clung to that normality. But it didn't last. The image of those alleys, their cracked pavement, the way the streetlights flickered and died, was already pulling me back. I rubbed my temples, hoping I wasn't losing my mind, but there was a nagging certainty that something was wrong. Driving felt different now. The cab's engine hummed beneath me, but the usual comfort I found in the predictable rhythm of passengers and routes was gone. I started paying attention to the requests that came through, the destinations, the detours, the strange insistence on taking roads that made my GPS give up entirely. I wasn't imagining it. There was a pattern. Midway through my shift, I picked up a woman in her early 30s, sharp eyes behind thick glasses, clutching a battered leather bag. She hesitated when I asked where she wanted to go. "Can you take me through the back streets, please?" she said, voice low, almost a whisper. The usual way feels too open. I blinked. Back streets? Like where? She glanced around nervously, then leaned closer. There's this alley off Brick Lane. GPS loses signal there, and there's never anyone around. But it's the fastest route to my place. I swallowed hard. That alley was one I'd avoided since the night before. I nodded slowly. All right. But if you see anything odd, just tell me, yeah? She offered a tight smile and settled back, eyes fixed on the window. Crazy, right? The city blurred past, shops shuttered early, the smell of damp brick and fried onions from a nearby food stall. Then, as we turned into the alley, the familiar hum of traffic faded, swallowed by the thick silence. The GPS screen blinked off, and the cab's interior lights cast long shadows. She tensed. It's always like this. Dead quiet. Her fingers gripped the bag strap so tightly her knuckles whitened. The alley stretched ahead, narrow and littered with crumpled flyers and damp leaves. I could hear my tires crunching over broken glass and cracked cobblestones. The air smelled stale, like the alley hadn't seen fresh breath in years. Then I noticed the faint sound, a soft shuffle, barely audible, like footsteps but not quite. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just the woman's pale face, tight with unease. Do you live nearby? I asked, voice low so as not to break the fragile quiet. Just a few blocks, she said. But I'm careful. I don't trust this part of town. That struck me. Why would someone insist on a route that made them uncomfortable? The question hovered, unanswered. As we reached the other end, the woman slid out quickly, her eyes darting down the street before she disappeared into the early morning haze. I sat there a moment longer, the silence pressing around me like a weight. Back on the main road, the GPS flickered to life. The city's noise rushed back like a flood, honking horns, distant sirens, the chatter of morning commuters. I couldn't shake the feeling that Allie had swallowed something. Or someone. Later that afternoon, I found myself parked near a small cafe in Shoreditch, nursing a lukewarm coffee and flipping through a worn notebook where I'd started jotting down odd passenger requests and detours. The entries looked innocuous: addresses, times, brief notes, but they felt like breadcrumbs leading somewhere I wasn't sure I wanted to go. A man at the next table caught my eye. Mid-40s, smart but tired, with a threadbare coat that looked a few years too old for him. He was watching me, or maybe the notebook. He smiled faintly, like he knew more than he let on. "You're new here, aren't you?" he said, voice rough but not unfriendly. I shrugged. "A few weeks. Trying to get the hang of it." He nodded. "These streets, they have stories. Hidden ones. People who get lost, or worse." I closed the notebook, suddenly aware of how exposed I must look. "What do you mean?" He leaned in, eyes flickering toward the window where shadows gathered. "Not all routes are about getting you from A to B. Some are traps, networks designed to keep people quiet, off the grid. You've seen it, haven't you? The alleys where the GPS dies and the city's voice disappears." I didn't answer right away. How much did I tell a stranger? But there was something in his tone, urgency, maybe, that made me nod. "Good," he said. "Because it's bigger than you think. People who vanish, or end up somewhere they don't want to be. And those alleys? They're part of a system. A chain." His eyes caught mine again. "You drive those routes, you're part of it too." The words settled over me like a cold draft. I wanted to argue, to say I was just a cabbie, nothing more. But I knew better. The city was showing me its darker veins, and I was caught in the current. "Look," he said, standing up. If you want to know more, meet me here tomorrow. Same time. Come alone. Before I could ask anything else, he was gone, disappearing into the crowd like a ghost. I stared out the window, the noise of the street clashing with the silence that still lingered in my mind. The notebook lay on the table, pages filled with questions instead of answers. A chill ran up my spine. Something was coming. Something I couldn't ignore. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. The streetlights flickered like they were struggling to stay awake, casting a patchwork of weak amber pools across the pavement. I blinked, trying to shake off the cold that had settled in my bones. The city outside felt different now, less familiar, more fractured. Like I'd been shown a crack in the whole thing, and everything was about to fall through it. I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the notebook, the corners worn and pages smudged. I flipped through it slowly, the scribbled notes and hastily drawn maps reminding me of all the little things I'd been piecing together. Forgotten alleys. Ghost routes. People who disappeared. The man's voice echoed again. It's bigger than you think. Bigger than me. Bigger than the black cab I just started driving. Bigger than any of the passengers who'd sat quietly in my back seat, their eyes avoiding the rearview mirror. I sighed and looked up just in time to see the last of the crowd's movement on the street. The man had melted into the city, just as he promised. Same time tomorrow. Alone. I had been thinking about turning around, driving home, pretending none of this was real. But the moment passed. I couldn't. Not now. The next morning, the city was draped in a persistent drizzle, the kind that seeps into your clothes and makes you feel damp all day. I sat in the cab, engine off, parked just around the corner from where we'd met. The notebook lay open on the passenger seat, a small paperclip marking the page with a list of street names and cryptic notes I jotted down. I checked my phone. No messages. No missed calls. Just the usual stream of notifications I barely glanced at anymore. I wasn't sure if I wanted to meet him, but I needed to. I needed to know. The pieces swirling in my head were no longer just curiosities. They were questions that gnawed at me in the quiet moments between fares. When the man appeared again, same dark coat, same hurried pace, I felt my throat go dry. He didn't say hello. No pleasantries. Just a quick nod. Glad you came, he said, voice low and urgent. I nodded, trying to swallow the lump forming in my chest. What is this? What do you want from me? He glanced around, as if the walls themselves might be listening. You've seen the routes. The alleys. The places GPS can't reach. They're not accidents. They're deliberate. Designed. Designed for what? He hesitated, then spoke slowly. For control. For exploitation. People who are vulnerable get funneled through those back streets. From there, it's easy to trap them. No signal to call for help, no witnesses. Just silence. The word silence hung between us, thick and suffocating. I swallowed hard. You mean human trafficking? He nodded grimly. Exactly. And the network runs deep. Drivers like you are the first link. You don't just ferry passengers, you guide them. Into the system. I wanted to say no. To tell him I was just a cabbie, not some accomplice. But the truth was heavier than denial. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because you're at a crossroads. You can walk away, but walking away isn't easy once you know. They watch. They test. They need drivers who won't ask questions but also won't get too deep. He lowered his voice. You're already too deep. His words hit me like a punch. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles whitened. He leaned in closer. There's no going back. Not really. I glanced down at the notebook again. The routes I'd followed, the faces I'd seen, the silence that followed their farewells. But I don't want to be part of this, I said quietly. None of us do, he said. But sometimes the city chooses for you. A car passed by, tires splashing shallow puddles onto the curb. The smell of wet concrete mixed with distant exhaust fumes. The noise of the city was there, but it felt muted, like I was hearing it through a thick curtain. He pulled a small folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. This has names, addresses, places you'll hear about soon if you keep driving your usual routes. I unfolded it carefully. The names were unfamiliar, but the addresses matched some of the alleys I'd been avoiding. The kind of places where the streetlights were broken and the pavement gave way to dirt and shadows. Why give me this? I asked. Because there's still a chance to warn them. To disrupt the chain somewhere. He paused. But you'll have to be careful. If the wrong people find out you're asking questions, you'll become part of the problem in a very different way. I looked up, meeting his eyes. They were tired. Maybe even a little scared. Do you have a plan? I asked. He shook his head. Not yet. I'm waiting on someone. Someone who knows more than I do. The rain started again, softer this time, tapping against the cab's roof. I closed the door and locked it, the cold metal under my fingers grounding me. As he walked away, disappearing into the damp gray morning, I felt the shift beneath my feet. The ground wasn't solid anymore. Later that day, I tried to shake off the weight pressing down on my chest. I drove through familiar streets, the radio murmuring soft jazz, but my mind kept drifting back to the paper in my pocket. I stopped at a small cafe on a side street, the kind of place where the smell of fresh coffee mingled with the faint scent of old books and worn leather chairs. I sat by the window, watching passers-by hurrying along, faces obscured by umbrellas and scarves. I pulled the list out again and started to cross off names as I searched online. Social media profiles, news articles, missing persons reports. The faces looked tired, scared, hopeful. Some had disappeared without a trace. The more I looked, the heavier it got. I could feel the eyes of the city on me, like a slow, crawling pressure behind my skull. That night, I made a decision. I couldn't just be the driver anymore. Not if people's lives were at stake. But as I locked the cab and headed for the station to meet the man again, alone, just like he asked, I noticed something new. My own phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. It was a single sentence. Stop looking. It's better if you don't know. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. The city wasn't just watching me now. It was talking. I knew then that turning back was impossible. Whatever I was getting into, it had already got a hold of me. And somewhere in the labyrinth of those forgotten alleys, the next move was waiting. The message on my phone blinked in the dark like a warning light. Outside, the city hadn't changed. A dull drizzle fell, the kind that seeps into your bones and never quite leaves. The street lamp above flickered weakly, casting a yellow pool of light onto cracked pavement and puddles muddied with grime. The familiar hum of London was there, but muted, like the city was holding its breath, waiting for something. I swallowed hard. The weight behind my eyes was heavier than any tiredness I'd ever felt. I'd crossed a line. No more black and white, safe streets. I was tangled in something darker, a network of routes and names and faces that didn't want to be found. I slid back into the cab, heart thudding so loud I was certain anyone nearby could hear it. The engine coughed to life. I drove slowly, not quite sure where I was headed, but knowing I had to move. The GPS signal had disappeared again, just like before, as soon as I veered off the main road. That creeping silence, the absence of the city's usual noise, wrapped around me like a shroud. I pulled onto a narrow alley, one I'd never dared to enter before. The walls on either side rose unevenly, coated in peeling paint and graffiti that looked like the desperate scrawl of someone who'd given up. The air smelled of damp plaster and something sour, like old rubbish left to rot under the rain. I glanced in the rearview mirror. No passengers. But the phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. No words this time. Just a picture. It was a grainy photo of a girl, sitting on a bench, looking over her shoulder. Her eyes were wide, the kind of wide that didn't come from surprise but from fear. I recognized her. From the list. Clara Jennings. Missing for nearly 3 weeks. I swallowed, fingers tightening on the steering wheel. I'd read about her, seen her face on posters tacked to lamp posts and shop windows. She wasn't just a name anymore. She was real. And she was close. The alley twisted deeper, the walls narrowing until I could barely open my door. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick and still. I heard a faint sound, something like footsteps, quick and uneven. I stopped the cab, heart hammering, eyes scanning the gloom ahead. "Hello?" I called out, voice brittle. The sound seemed to vanish into the wet bricks. Then I saw her. A figure slipping from shadow to shadow, moving with a cautious, almost desperate rhythm. Clara. Her clothes were dirty, her face pale beneath the weak light of a flickering lamp. When she saw me, she hesitated, then took a step forward. "Please," she whispered. "Can you help me?" My throat tightened. I wanted to say yes, of course, but my voice stuck somewhere behind a wall of disbelief and fear. "How did you get here? What happened?" She glanced over her shoulder, eyes wide again. "They're watching. They said they'd come back if I left. I don't know where to go." The hairs on my neck rose. The city, the alleys, the messages, they weren't random. This was a trap. A slow, suffocating net designed to catch anyone who got too close. Clara was caught in it, and if I stayed here, I was next. I unlocked the cab door. "Get in," I said, voice rough. She slid inside, shivering, and I pulled away from the curb. The GPS was dead. The radio crackled with static. The city's hum was gone again, replaced by the sound of rain dripping off the cab's roof and Clara's uneven breathing. I tried to focus on the road, but my mind raced. Who were they? What kind of people could corral someone like Clara into this labyrinth of shadows? And why? Her story came out in fits and starts, fragments of fear and confusion. She'd been working a late shift at a cafe near the East End, then someone offered her a ride home. A man with a kind face, but something in his eyes didn't sit right. He didn't speak much, just drove through streets she didn't know, alleys that weren't on the map. He said it was safer, she murmured. That the usual roads were dangerous at night. I bit my lip. Lies. All of it. As we drove, the fog thickened, swallowing the streetlights and turning the world into a blur of white and gray. The cab's headlights barely pierced the gloom. I kept glancing at Clara, who stared out the window with a vacant expression, as if the city outside wasn't real. Suddenly, the cab jolted. Tires skidding on wet cobblestones. The engine stuttered, then died. I cursed under my breath and pounded the steering wheel. The lights flickered off. Total blackout. Silence. Complete silence. I reached for the door handle, but it was locked. So was the passenger side. The windows wouldn't budge. Panic clawed up my spine like ice. "Stay calm," I said, more to myself than to Clara. Her eyes met mine wide, helpless. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing off the brick walls. Coming closer. I turned the cab's interior light on, its weak glow casting long shadows. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. A voice, low and measured. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my trembling hands. "Who are you? What do you want?" Silence. Then a faint tap on the window. I flinched, heart hammering in my chest. "Why are you helping her?" the voice asked, cold and sharp. Because this isn't right," I said, my voice cracking. "People are disappearing." The door rattled lightly, as if someone had a hand on the handle, testing it. "Some things are better left forgotten," the voice said. "You're in over your head." I glanced at Clara, who was silent, eyes fixed on the shadow beyond the glass. Then the footsteps retreated, fading into the night. I sat back, hands slick with sweat. The engine roared back to life, and I wasted no time pulling out of the alley. The GPS flickered weakly, then came back. The city's hum returned, distant but insistent. Clara exhaled shakily. "Thank you," she whispered. But I knew it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd been marked, both of us. The city's forgotten corners had eyes. And they were watching. I glanced at her again, the rain tracing lines down the window beside her face. The girl who had vanished and returned, caught in a web I barely understood. I'd crossed a line, and there was no turning back. The rain had eased to a drizzle by the time I pulled up outside Clara's flat in Camden. "You okay?" I asked, though I wasn't sure what I meant. Okay wasn't the word for any of this. Not after the night we'd just been through. Not after the alleys and the silence and the door rattling like it was alive. She shook her head, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. I thought I was gone for good." I watched her fingers twist a loose thread on her sleeve, the way they trembled. It was like she was holding herself together with nothing but thread. I wanted to say something useful, but the words caught in my throat. How do you comfort someone who's been swallowed by the city's shadows and spat out again? The street was quiet, except for the distant hum of traffic and a dog barking somewhere far off, sharp and sudden against the night's calm. The kind of sound that makes you look over your shoulder even when you know there's nothing there. "I called the police," she said abruptly, eyes still fixed on the dark street. "They came, but they don't have much to go on. No proof. No witnesses." I nodded, not surprised. The city had a way of swallowing stories whole, leaving nothing but whispers and cold alleys behind. I thought about the countless missing person reports I'd skimmed through, names and faces blurring together, victims of something nobody wanted to confront. "They'll keep checking," I said, though it sounded hollow. "At least someone knows now." Clara's gaze lifted, meeting mine with something I couldn't quite place. Relief? Fear? Maybe both. "And you? What about you? You saw all of this. You drove me through it." I shrugged, trying to appear casual but feeling the weight settle deep in my chest. "I'm just a cabbie. If anything, I'm lucky I wasn't the one who got caught." Lucky. The word echoed hollow in my mind. I wasn't sure how much luck had anything to do with it. The more I thought about those alleys, the GPS dead zones, the eerie silence, the way the city's pulse seemed to skip, it felt less like chance and more like a trap. A trap designed by people who knew exactly who to snatch and how to make sure no one followed. Clara shifted, pulling her jacket tighter around her. "You should be careful," she said quietly. "They're not just shadows. They watch. They know." I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the stillness that had settled over the street. The street lamp buzzed faintly, then flickered again. A cold breeze whispered past the cab, carrying with it the faint scent of damp brick and something else, something metallic, sharp. "Yeah," I said, "I know." Later that night, back at my flat, I sat staring at the maps I'd printed out. I'd marked all the strange requests, the routes through forgotten back alleys where the city's hum faded into silence. The patterns were ugly and clear, like a spider's web spun across the map. Areas where people vanished, where GPS signals disappeared, where no one seemed to notice. I thought about the passengers who'd asked me to take those routes. The ones who'd spoken in hushed tones, eyes darting nervously to the rearview mirror. The ones who never got out of the cab. I thought about Clara, fragile and quiet, caught in something much bigger than either of us. I realized I couldn't go back to driving the way I had before. Not now. The city wasn't just a maze of streets and landmarks. It was a living thing with dark corners, and I'd stumbled into a part of it that most people never saw. The next morning, I woke up with the city already buzzing outside my window. The usual cacophony of honking horns, shouting market sellers, and the distant rumble of the tube felt different. Heavier, somehow. Like every sound carried an undercurrent of warning. I called Clara. She answered on the second ring, her voice still fragile but steadier than the night before. "I'm thinking about what you said," I told her. "About them watching." There was a pause, then a sigh. "It's the truth. I'm trying not to live in fear, but it's hard." We agreed to meet that afternoon at a cafe not far from King's Cross. Somewhere busy. Somewhere public. When I arrived, the place was bustling with the usual lunchtime crowd, people talking over steaming cups of coffee, newspapers rustling, the clatter of plates. Clara was already there, sitting by the window, her eyes scanning the street as if expecting something or someone. We talked for hours. About what we'd seen, what we suspected, and what we could do. About the network of people exploiting vulnerable travelers, using fear and silence as their tools. About the missing. The forgotten. She told me things I hadn't dared to ask, and I shared what I knew from the routes, the passengers, the dead zones on the map. Neither of us had solutions. Only questions. But there was a shift in me that afternoon, a hardening beneath the exhaustion. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen. I couldn't unhear the door rattling or forget the way the city's pulse had stopped in those alleys. I wasn't just a driver anymore. I was part of something messier, something darker. The weeks that followed were a blur of restless nights and cautious days. I refused fares that took me into the dead zones, rerouted those who asked for the forgotten alleys, and kept my eyes open, always open. Sometimes, when the city's noise dimmed in those moments before dawn, I'd catch myself listening for the footsteps behind me, for the shadowed figures who'd warned me to stay away. But I didn't run. I couldn't. The city had marked me. And in some strange, terrible way, I was beginning to understand it. Clara kept in touch, her voice growing stronger with each call. She sought help, connected with organizations that worked with missing people and survivors. Together, we pieced together what we could: names, faces, stories whispered in the dark. It wasn't much, but it was something. One evening, months later, I found myself back near one of those alleys. The GPS signal cut out just as it always did, the city's hum fading into an eerie quiet. I sat in the cab, hands gripping the wheel, heart pounding with a mix of dread and resolve. I thought about the people who had vanished here, the silence that swallowed them whole. About Clara and the others who had fought to be seen again. And I made a choice. I wouldn't let the city's shadows win. I'd keep driving, keep watching, keep listening. Because sometimes, the only way to fight the darkness is to shine a light in even the smallest of places. The city is full of secrets. Some better left forgotten, yes. But others? They need to be found. And I'm done looking away. Story 3, Endless Loop Drive, Trapped in a Digital Maze. I had never paid much attention to the neighborhood where I was waiting for my rideshare. My phone buzzed lightly in my palm, the screen glowing with the familiar map and a little car icon inching its way toward me. I tapped my foot, watching the driver's ETA crawl down from 7 minutes to 4. The late afternoon light cast long shadows across the street, and a cool breeze tugged at the loose strands of my hair. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked, sharp, urgent, then silence. The driver's name was Greg, and his profile picture showed a man with a wide, friendly smile. Nothing about him suggested that the next hour would feel like stepping off the edge of reality. I checked my reflection in a nearby window, a face too tired from the week, a jacket that smelled faintly of rain and coffee. Normal stuff. When the notification finally popped up, "Your driver has arrived," I stepped out onto the curb. The street was quiet, the kind of quiet that sets your teeth on edge if you notice it too much. A small chill ran down my spine, but I chalked it up to the sudden drop in temperature. The car was a silver sedan, clean but not new. The windows were tinted just enough to blur the driver's features. Craig waved from the driver's seat when I approached. "Hey," he said, his voice low but pleasant. "Sorry about the wait." "No worries," I replied, sliding into the passenger seat. The inside smelled like leather and something faintly medicinal, like the scent of wipes or sanitizer. I tapped the address into the app again, just to double check. The route looked straightforward, a quick trip through the neighborhood, then onto the main roads. But then the car pulled away from the curb, turning left. That street looked familiar, almost too familiar. I glanced at the map. The route was looping. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone light, "are we going the right way? This looks like the street I just came down." Craig glanced over, a slow smile. "Traffic detour. Apps being weird." The car turned another corner. Then another. The same cracked sidewalks, the same leaning houses, the same dead-end signs tucked behind overgrown bushes. I stared out the window, trying to catch a landmark that would tell me we were moving forward. But the scenery repeated itself, like a scratched CD stuck on a loop. "Okay," I said, gripping the edge of the seat. "What's going on? This can't be right." Craig shrugged, eyes on the road. "Probably a glitch. The app's been glitchy all day." I pulled out my phone, refreshing the map. The little blue dot marking my location stayed stubbornly in the same place, circling the same streets. The car icon spun in a tight loop, as if caught in some invisible orbit. "Try restarting your app," Greg suggested, but his voice didn't carry the usual confidence. I did. Twice. Then thrice. The map flickered, then snapped back to the same loop. I scrolled through the rideshare app's help section, but the pages loaded slowly, some error messages popping up. "Anything on your social apps?" "Maybe someone else is talking about it," I asked, hoping for a clue. Craig shook his head. "Not that I've seen." Weird, right? I pulled up Twitter, Instagram, even local forums. Nothing. No mention of outages or glitches. No complaints about stuck rides or missing drivers. "Hey," I said, voice lowering. "Does your license plate show up on the app?" Maybe I can send you a message through the app. Craig frowned. I don't know. Let me check. He tapped his phone a few times, then froze. It's not here. I'm not listed. I blinked at him, trying to process. What do you mean? Like, my profile's gone. No rating, no reviews. The app's acting like I don't exist. I bit my lip. The car slowed at the next intersection. The streetlights were flickering, casting long, uncertain pools of light onto the cracked pavement. A cold draft brushed in through the open window. I reached for my phone again, trying to see if I could find Craig on any social media, or even a driver's registry. Nothing. No profile anywhere. The image of the friendly man smiling in the app was gone. Something tightened in my chest. The houses around us looked even more deserted now. No cars parked outside, no signs of life. A distant humming noise, maybe a generator, or an old air conditioner struggling to keep up. Where exactly are we? I asked quietly. Craig shrugged again. Same place we started. I leaned closer to the window, staring hard at the street sign. It read Maplewood Lane. I'd passed that sign at least 4 times now. Each time, the peeling paint on the post looked fresher, as if it had been recently touched up. The sky was bleeding into dusk, the sunset a muted wash of orange and purple. The street lamps buzzed softly overhead. I swallowed hard. Can you pull over? I want to check something. Craig hesitated, then nodded. The car coasted to a stop near a small park I'd noticed earlier. An empty bench sat under a gnarled oak tree, its branches scraping against the sky. I stepped out, feeling the rough asphalt under my sneakers. The air smelled colder here, sharper. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Taking out my phone, I tried to ping my location on a map outside the app, Google Maps, Apple Maps, anything. But the screen froze, the little spinning wheel turning endlessly. Then my signal dropped to 0 bars. I looked up. The houses were still there, but the street was eerily silent now. No cars passed by. No lights flickered on in windows. The few trees lining the sidewalk shivered in the breeze, leaves rustling like whispers. I pulled out my wallet, digging for my ID, hoping to call a friend or family member. No signal. No contacts. No messages. Then I noticed something else, the other parked cars along the street. Empty. Clean. But no one inside. No movement. No reflections of people walking past. I stepped back, heart thudding. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just some glitch, maybe network issues. But the longer I stood there, the heavier the silence felt. A faint sound came from down the block, a car door closing. I turned toward the noise, expecting to see a neighbor or passerby. Nothing. Just the empty street, lined with houses that seemed to lean closer, their windows dark and watching. I checked my phone again. The rideshare app was still stuck on the loop, Craig's car nowhere to be found on the map. My real location was untraceable. The park bench creaked behind me as the wind shifted. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a glitch. It was a trap. And I had no idea how I'd gotten caught inside it. The streetlight flickered again, casting a sickly yellow glow over the cracked pavement. I pulled out my phone again, watching the rideshare app spin its little loading wheel like some cruel joke. Craig, the driver, had vanished. No location on the map, no recent activity, nothing. I tapped the screen until the battery warning flashed. 42%. Not much time. No signal bars. No Wi-Fi. just that endless loop of deserted streets. I tried calling my sister, Mara. No answer. I sent a quick text, stuck. Need help. No read receipt. Nothing. It was as if the world outside had blinked out, leaving me behind. I swallowed hard. The memory of that car door closing echoed in my ears. The sound was close, but when I looked, there was only the clean, shiny hood of a parked sedan, empty and cold. I could feel a thin layer of sweat on my forehead despite the chill. My breath came out in small clouds. Something wasn't right. I needed to figure out what was going on. I had to start somewhere. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking down the street, my footsteps echoing off the empty houses. I passed a mailbox with peeling paint and a faded sticker warning about package theft, but no mail inside. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something metallic like rust, but not quite. Maybe the nearby river or some forgotten drain. I stopped at the corner where a street sign read Maplewood in cracked, green letters. I took up the phone again and opened Google Maps, hoping for a better read. The blue dot blinked at me, but the streets around it were blank, no names, no markers, no cars. Only the faint outline of the same block I'd been circling. I felt a creeping cold in my spine. This wasn't a simple app glitch. This was something else. My fingers trembled as I scrolled to nearby points of interest. Nothing. No coffee shops, no gas stations, no grocery stores. Just a grid of empty blocks. I tapped on a house icon, hoping for some clue. The label read, Private Residence. No street number. No owner info. I looked up. A flicker of movement caught my eye, something at the edge of the street, just beyond the reach of the streetlight. A shadow? A person? I blinked, and it was gone. I shook my head, trying to clear the sudden rush of adrenaline. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe. I kept walking, slow and deliberate, eyes scanning every window, every doorway. The houses were too uniform, too quiet. No curtains twitching. No lights on inside. Not even a stray dog or cat wandering about. I reached a corner store, a small bodega with a faded sign that read Marty's Market. The windows were dark, but the door was cracked open just enough to slip through. I hesitated. The smell of stale air and dust hit me as I pushed the door wider. Inside, the shelves were half empty, coated with a thin layer of dust. No cashier, no customers. Only a flickering fluorescent light overhead, buzzing like a trapped insect. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded strange, like it belonged to someone else. No answer. I stepped deeper inside, the floor creaking under my weight. A calendar hung crooked on the wall, marked with dates from 3 years ago. I pulled out my phone to check the date. Today's date blinked back at me, but the discrepancy gnawed at me. Was this place stuck in time? Or was I? I rifled through a stack of newspapers on the counter. The headlines were old local politics, a community fair, a missing dog. Nothing recent. No mention of anything unusual. Why would this place be here, but no one else? I whispered to myself. I backed out slowly, the door creaking shut behind me. The street was still empty, still silent. I felt exposed, like something was watching from the shadows. I scanned the street again. Then I noticed a car parked about 50 feet away. It wasn't the driver's car. This one was a rusty old sedan, its license plate faded almost to illegibility. I felt compelled to check it out. As I approached, I saw a folded piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. I pulled it free, heart hammering. Written in neat, black ink were 4 words, You're not supposed to be. I dropped the paper. It fluttered to the ground like a dead leaf. A sudden noise made me spin around, a soft tapping, like footsteps on gravel. But the street behind me was empty. No one. I swallowed again, this time bitterly. The hairs on my neck prickled. My breath was shallow. The rideshare app buzzed. I fumbled for the phone. A new message. No signal. No escape. I dropped the phone, heart slamming in my ribs. The screen cracked against the pavement, spiderwebbing across the glass. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. A car engine rumbled in the distance, low and slow, like a predator circling its prey. But the street was still empty. I backed away, eyes starting to every shadow, every corner. This wasn't just some app glitch anymore. It was a warning. And someone or something was making sure I stayed trapped inside. I thought about calling out again, but the silence pressed in so hard I was afraid my voice would shatter like glass. I stumbled back to the bench where I'd started, my pulse thrumming in my ears. I sat down heavily, the rough digging into my palms. I tried to think, to plan. But the words on that note echoed in my mind. You're not supposed to be. What did that mean? Who was watching me? And why? The night deepened, swallowing the street in shadows. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp, urgent. But it might as well have been miles away. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my breath. When I opened them, my phone buzzed again. A new notification. Look up. I froze. I looked up. Nothing. Just the empty sky, shifting slowly into dawn. Then, from somewhere behind me, a faint voice whispered my name. No one was there. I didn't move at first. I wanted to believe it was my mind playing tricks, that exhaustion and fear were twisting my senses. But that voice was too clear, too deliberate. Someone knew I was here. Watching. Waiting. I stood up, knees cracking softly, and started walking away from the bench, away from the patch of street where the voice had come from. The street lights flickered, one bulb sputtering like it couldn't decide whether to live or die. The shadows leaned in close, pressing against the cracked plaster of the boarded-up storefronts. I kept my phone out, the screen a pale glow in my palm, but it was useless. The map still spun in endless circles, the app stuck in the same loop. No escape. I tried calling again. No signal. No connection. Just the endless, mocking silence. I stopped in front of a grimy window, its glass cracked and smeared with fingerprints. Something moved behind the shadows inside, maybe a rat, maybe a person. My breath caught. I reached out, pressing my palm against the cold glass. It was rough, cold, sticky with grime. I could see my reflection, ghostly and pale. The street behind me stretched empty and endless. Then the phone buzzed again. A single, sharp vibration that startled me. I fumbled, nearly dropping it. New notification. No sender, no app. Just a message. Look closer. I stared at the screen, pulse hammering. Look closer? At what? The street? The phone? The shadows? I scanned the window again. Then I noticed it, a small, almost imperceptible scratch on the glass, like a message carved in desperation. I squinted, tracing the jagged line with a trembling finger. It wasn't just a scratch. It was letters. Run. My hands shook. If that was a warning, then I was walking straight into something I couldn't outrun. I stepped back, heart slamming against my ribs. I glanced down the street. The darkness seemed to pulse, thickening toward the end of the block. I could swear I heard footsteps, soft, uneven, behind me. I whipped around. Empty street. No one. But the feeling didn't leave. That heavy, suffocating sense of being hunted. I realized something else then, something I hadn't noticed before. The buildings around me were old, abandoned. No cars parked, no lights on. Not a single person visible in the distance. I'd been so focused on the loop of the app, the vanishing driver, the missing people on social media, I hadn't truly looked. This neighborhood didn't exist on any live map. Not the satellite view, not street view, not any app one tried. It was as if it had been erased. I pulled out my phone again, opening Google Maps, Apple Maps, something else, anything. Nothing. Just a blank patch where the street should be. The name of the neighborhood? Gone. As if someone had scrubbed it away. That's when the full weight of it hit me. I wasn't just stuck in a glitch. I'd crossed some invisible line. Somewhere between the driver's vanishing act and the endless loops, the world I knew had folded over onto itself. My reality was now this loop of empty streets and fading shadows. And no one else could see it. No one else was coming. I thought of calling for help, but who? The drivers, the passengers, they didn't exist. Their faces were wiped from every database, every online trace. Even the police calls I tried earlier had gone unanswered, like my distress didn't register anywhere outside this pocket I was trapped in. I sank down again on the bench, the rough wood biting into my palms. The first pale light of dawn was creeping over the horizon, but it brought no comfort. The sky was wrong, too gray, too heavy, like a bruise spread across the morning. I tried to piece it together. Why me? Why was I the one caught here? The note's words echoed again. You're not supposed to be. Someone wanted me gone. Someone wanted me erased. But why? My phone vibrated again. Another message. Stop looking. I dropped the phone on the bench, heart racing. I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I was this close. I needed to know who or what was behind this trap. I stood, pacing the street. The silence was a weight, pressing in on me from all sides. Then I heard it, a distant murmur, low and indecipherable, like a crowd whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. I froze. The sound wasn't natural in this empty place. It was human. Too many voices, overlapping, urgent. I followed the noise, each step crunching on gravel and broken glass. The street curved, leading me to a narrow alley I hadn't seen before. The walls were closer here, covered in peeling paint and graffiti that had faded beyond recognition. I hesitated, then stepped inside. The voices grew louder, a buzz of dozens of people talking at once, but I still couldn't make out words. My skin prickled. I scanned the alley's end, where a door stood slightly ajar, light spilling from inside. I moved toward it, every instinct screaming to run. But I kept going. Inside was a dim room crowded with old furniture and stacks of paper. The smell of mildew and dust made me cough. And then I saw them, screens flickering with images of me, the driver, the vanished passengers. Faces I'd never seen, but all somehow connected. A man, mid-30s, stood in the corner watching the monitors. He looked up as I entered, his eyes sharp and cold. Not angry. Not surprised. Just waiting. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly. No threat in his voice, just a statement of fact. Who are you? I asked, voice shaking. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The question isn't who I am. It's why you're here, and why you can't leave. I swallowed hard. The room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, suddenly too small, too tight. You're trapped, he said, stepping closer. Because you found out too much. Because you crossed a line that wasn't meant for you. And now, there's no turning back. I looked at the screens again, faces, names, locations. All erased from the world. All gone. Why? What do you want from me? His smile faded. Control. Information. Power. But most of all, silence. I backed toward the door, panic surging. Let me go. He shook his head. You can't leave. Not anymore. The door slammed behind me. Silence. Complete silence. And I knew then that I was no longer just lost. I was captured. A ghost in a world where no one could see me. No one could hear me. No one would come. The point of no return. And the trap was closing in. The door slammed behind me, and the sound echoed like a punch to the gut. He was gone. I spun around, eyes darting to the screen, still blinking with static and distorted images, faces without names, places without coordinates, ghosts in a digital void. The realization hit me like a cold wave. I was alone. Or worse, completely visible but utterly invisible to the world outside. I tried the doorknob. Locked. Of course. A slow, sinking dread pulled in my stomach. The air felt colder now, heavier, like the room itself was closing in. I swallowed hard, tasting the dry grit on my tongue. My throat constricted. I forced a breath through my nose, the stale scent of old paper and mildew clinging to the walls. I needed to keep moving, keep thinking. I scanned the room. A small window high on the far wall, barred and filthy, barely letting in a sliver of dim moonlight. The floor creaked underfoot as I shuffled toward it, the worn wood rough against my shoes. I pressed my face close to the glass, but all I saw was the blackness outside, an abyss swallowing any sign of life. Then movement. A flicker. On the screen nearest me, a faint outline shifted, a shadow of a person or maybe a glitch in the feed. I blinked, and it vanished. I bit my lip. Could I trust what I saw? Was I losing my mind? The hours, or was it days, of isolation were chipping away at my grip on reality. My phone lay on the floor where I dropped it earlier, its screen cracked but still glowing softly. I crawled over, fingers trembling, and grabbed it. The rideshare app was open, still trying to locate a driver. No progress. No new messages. No help. I tapped the emergency button, hoping for something, anything to break through. Nothing. The screen froze, then faded to black. Frustration clawed at me, sharp and relentless. I forced my breath to slow. Panic wouldn't help. I had to think. He said I crossed a line. Found out too much. The why was still a mystery. But what could I do now? How could I fight an enemy that erased people from maps and screens? That made me a ghost without a name. A soft creak made me jump. The door to the room shifted slightly, just a crack. I crouched, heart hammering. Footsteps. Not his. Lighter. Quieter. Hesitant. Hello? My voice cracked, fragile. Is someone there? No answer. Only the faint scrape of shoes against concrete. I pressed my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the gap in the door. My fingers dug into the plaster, nails scratching. I tried to steady my breathing, the way I'd been taught in a yoga class once, long ago. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The door edged open another inch. A pale hand slipped through, followed by a face. A woman's. Pale, almost translucent, eyes wide with something that wasn't quite fear. More like concern or calculation. "Don't make noise," she whispered, voice barely audible. "They'll hear." "Who? Who's they?" I whispered back, every muscle tense. She glanced over her shoulder, then slipped inside, closing the door behind her. The room suddenly felt smaller, the air thick with unspoken things. "My name's Lena," she said, voice low. "I've been trapped here too." I blinked, disbelief and relief jumbled together. "How? When?" "Weeks." She shook her head. "I lost track. Days bleed into each other. This place, it's a cage. They watch everything. If you try to leave, they erase you." I swallowed. The room seemed to darken, the shadows stretching. "Who are they?" She hesitated, then said, "People who control the app. The city's grid. They decide who stays and who disappears. You saw the screen's names wiped, locations gone. It's not a glitch. It's a purge." The word hit me with a cold finality. Purge. Not a mistake. Not an accident. A choice. But why me? I asked, voice barely a whisper. "Because you asked questions. You poked at things better left alone. The driver, the missing passengers, all of it. You broke their pattern." I felt the weight of those words settle over me like lead. I thought I was just unlucky, caught in a technical snafu. But this was something else. Something darker. Suddenly, a low hum filled the room, a vibration in the air, subtle but insistent. Lena froze, eyes darting to the door. "They're coming," she said, urgency sharp in her voice. "They don't like visitors." My heart slammed against my ribs. What do they want? Control, she echoed the man's words from before. And silence. "You're the noise now." The door rattled. A shadow appeared beyond the crack. I pressed my body flat against the wall, breath caught in my throat. The light outside the window dimmed, as if a cloud had passed overhead. Lena grabbed my arm, cold and firm. "We have to move. Now." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Together, we slipped toward the far corner where a loose panel in the wall caught my eye. Lena pried it open, revealing a narrow crawl space coated in dust and cobwebs. "Not exactly a getaway, but better than waiting for them to find us," she muttered, sliding inside. I hesitated. The air inside smelled of mold and decay, but it was a path. A chance. I followed her, the space shrinking around us, the darkness pressing in. My breath echoed loud in my ears. My hands scraped the rough edges, skin raw and bleeding slightly. The crawl space twisted and turned, and every sound outside seemed muffled, distant. Suddenly, a sharp noise, a metallic click. The door above us slammed shut. I stopped, breath hitching. Lena pressed a finger to her lips. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice soft, chilling, through the thin wall. "You can't hide." The crawl space felt colder, the walls closing in tighter. My pulse thudded in my ears. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms to stop myself from trembling. This wasn't just a trap. It was a hunt. And I was the prey. The tires hummed against cracked asphalt as the car rounded the corner again. That same corner. The same empty street. The same flickering street lamp casting its weak circle of light over the cracked sidewalk. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass of the passenger window, watching the street lamp's weak glow pulse like a heartbeat. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. The driver glanced over, his face unreadable in the dim interior light. "You've been here before," I said, voice low. Not a question. A statement. He nodded once, eyes fixed on the road, hands steady on the wheel. "I know." I swallowed hard. My throat was tight, dry. How is this even possible? The app, the map, nothing makes sense anymore. I ran a hand through my hair, the strands sticking to my forehead with sweat. The night smelled like damp leaves and something faintly metallic, maybe the brakes or just the city settling in the dark. "Look," the driver said, voice calm but firm. "You're stuck in this loop because of them." "Them?" I echoed. The word tasted bitter. He nodded again, slower this time. "The ones who don't want you to leave." I turned away from the window, eyes catching the empty sidewalks. No other cars. No pedestrians. Not even stray dogs or the rustle of wind through littered paper. Just silence. Complete silence. I pressed my palm to my chest, trying to steady the racing beat. "But why me?" The driver's jaw tightened. "Because you saw the glitch before anyone else. You tried to tell people. You kept looking for proof. They don't like exposure." I blinked, struggling to keep my thoughts in line. It was a mess of fragmented clues and half-understood warnings. The disappearing faces on social media. The missing profiles. The rideshare app glitch that had trapped me in a loop of streets that didn't exist on any map. All of it pointed to something deliberately hidden. And now, here I was, stuck inside it. The car slowed as we approached the same intersection, the one with the dead-end sign half buried in weeds. I wanted to scream, to shake the driver, to demand answers, but my voice felt thin and brittle. The driver pulled over and killed the engine. The sudden silence was sharp, like an item pressed to the eardrum. I stared at the dashboard clock. Almost 3 a.m. The night pressing in from all sides, thick and suffocating. He turned to me, eyes softening. "You have to understand. This isn't random. It never was." I swallowed again, nodding. "So what do I do? How do I get out?" He hesitated, then reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a tattered notebook. The edges were worn, pages dog-eared and stained. "This has everything. The patterns, the routes, the people who vanished. I've been tracking it for months." I took the notebook carefully, fingers trembling. The paper smelled faintly of must and old ink. Flipping through, I saw hand-drawn maps, scribbled notes, names crossed out, dates marked in red. It was a puzzle, a fractured map of disappearances and glitches. "Why help me?" I asked. He shrugged, a ghost of a smile flickering. "Because you're the first who didn't run away. The first who asked questions instead of just accepting it." I blinked back, a sting in my eyes. Somehow, that felt like a lifeline. We sat in the silence for a long moment, the city outside holding its breath. The driver's phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. He glanced at it but didn't answer. "Is that them?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He nodded. "They're watching. Waiting for us to make a move." I closed the notebook, feeling the weight of it. "Then what?" "Then," he said, starting the engine again, "we break the cycle." The car pulled back onto the street, the tires crunching over gravel. This time, instead of following the glowing street lamp, The driver took a sharp turn onto an unmarked road. The GPS flickered, lines disconnecting and reconnecting erratically. The app's map was useless now, a fractured mess of pixels. "I don't know where we're going," he admitted after a few minutes. "But it's off their grid." The air changed as we drove thicker, heavier. The smell of damp earth mixed with something sharper, like rusted metal and burnt rubber. The streetlights disappeared, replaced by the faint glow of distant windows in abandoned buildings. The silence stretched, only broken by the hum of the engine and the occasional sigh of wind through cracked shutters. I felt the tight knot in my stomach loosen just a little. After what felt like hours but could have been minutes, the driver slowed near a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it, a dimly lit warehouse stood, windows barred but glowing from inside. "Here," he said. "This is where the others are." I peered through the fence, heart pounding. Shadows moved inside, figures. People. Real people, not ghosts or glitches. Trapped. I asked. "Waiting," he said, "for a chance to escape." The driver pulled the car to a stop and killed the engine again. I looked at him, hope and fear warring in my chest. "How do we get in?" "Carefully," he said. And quietly. We slipped out, the night cold against my skin. The fence was rough under my fingers, the barbed wire sharp enough to draw blood if I wasn't careful. We found a small gap, just big enough to crawl through. My knees scraped against gravel, the sting sharp and grounding. Inside, the warehouse was cavernous and dim. The smell of dust and oil filled the air. Figures emerged from the shadows, men, women, a few kids, all looking worn and weary. Their eyes flicked to me, then to the driver. "You're real," a woman said softly. "We thought we were alone." "We're not," I whispered. One of the men stepped forward, holding out a hand. "Welcome to the forgotten." The driver smiled faintly. "We've got work to do." For the first time in what felt like forever, I breathed deeply, the weight on my chest easing. There was fear here, yes, but also something else. Connection. Purpose. I looked around at the faces, exhausted but alive. And I realized something important. I wasn't alone anymore. None of us were. Outside, the city's heartbeat continued, indifferent and unyielding. Inside, we were making our own rhythm, one step at a time. I closed the notebook, feeling the rough paper beneath my fingertips, and for the first time, I believed we could write our way out of this. Silence settled, not oppressive but expectant. And in that silence, I found something I hadn't felt in days. Hope. Story 4, Room 312, The Shifting Hotel Nightmare. The lobby smelled of stale coffee and something faintly metallic, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. The clerk was a thin man with a face that seemed permanently caught between a grimace and a smirk. He didn't look up at first, busy tapping on a keyboard that clattered too loudly in the quiet space. When he finally met my eyes, his gaze was sharp, like he was measuring me against some invisible scale. "Name?" he asked, voice low. "Martin," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Reservation for one night." He typed something, then handed me a key card without a word. The card had no label, just the number 312 scrawled in black marker. I caught the faintest whiff of something chemical, cleaner or maybe a solvent as I took it from his hand. The elevator smelled worse, a mix of burnt rubber and something sour. The buttons were worn smooth, the floor numbers barely visible. I pressed 3 and waited, the metal doors sliding open with a reluctant groan. Inside, the faint hum of the building's plumbing vibrated beneath my feet. Room 312 was at the end of a dim corridor, the kind of hallway that always makes you quicken your step, even if you don't want to. The walls were painted a sickly beige, and the single light above my door flickered twice before settling into a steady glow. I slid the card into the lock and pushed the door open. The room was smaller than I expected. A narrow bed with a polyester blanket folded at the foot, a small desk cluttered with a half-empty water glass and a notepad, and a window looking out onto a brick wall so close I could see the mortar crumbling away. The air was thick, a little warmer than the hallway, and the faint buzz of an overhead fan filled the silence. I dropped my bag beside the bed and sat, running a hand through my hair. The room smelled faintly of mildew, but also something else, like old books left in a damp basement. I leaned back against the headboard and stared at the ceiling. The fan's blades moved lazily, casting slow shadows that shifted across the walls. I needed the shower. The humidity clung to my skin after the long train ride, and the thought of washing off the travel grime was almost a relief. I stood and flicked on the bathroom light. It buzzed softly, but otherwise everything seemed normal. The sink was cracked near the drain, and the tile floor was cold and rough beneath my feet. After the shower, the room felt different. Somehow smaller. I shrugged it off and opened the window, trying to let in some fresh air, but all I got was the smell of damp bricks and something faintly sour. I shut it quickly. Later, I paced the room, restless. The quiet was too complete, like the outside world had been muted. I tried the TV, an ancient box with a thick layer of dust on the remote. Nothing but static. No channels. The clock on the bedside table ticked steadily, each second echoing a little too loudly. I pulled out my phone. No signal. I sighed. Of course. I sat on the bed and looked at the door, half expecting it to creak open by itself or some shadow to flicker across the hallway. Nothing. Just silence. I tried not to think about it, but the room felt off. Not in the usual way old hotels do, with creaks and groans and the occasional draft. This was different. The walls seemed closer, the angle sharper. I noticed the wallpaper pattern didn't quite match up where the seams met, like they'd been patched or realigned. My fingers brushed the edge of the wall, and the texture felt rougher than I remembered. I shook my head. Probably just tired. The next morning, I left the room early, the key card still warm in my pocket. The hallway looked the same, but somehow, the door at the end was different. The brass number plate that read 312 was now 321. I blinked, stepping closer, but the door was solid, unyielding. I tried the knob. Locked. Confused, I moved down the hall. The room numbers didn't follow the usual sequence. Instead of 311 next to 312, there was 315. Then 309. I stopped, fingers trembling. I turned back toward the lobby, but the corridor stretched longer than before, the walls curving in a way that wasn't there yesterday. I felt the first prickling of unease, that sudden rush of adrenaline that tastes like copper in your mouth. I tried to steady my breath. Back in the lobby, the clerk looked up as I approached. Lost? He asked, voice calm but with a hint of amusement. Yeah. The room numbers, they're all wrong. I think I'm on the wrong floor. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The hotel's old. The layout can be confusing. Best to stay put. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Sure. Later that afternoon, I tried to map the corridors, moving from one end to the other, counting doors and steps. But no matter how hard I tried, the numbers shifted. The hallway twisted like a Mobius strip, familiar turns leading me back to where I started. I pressed my palm against the wall, the paint flaking under my fingertips. I tasted the dust on my tongue and heard a faint creak behind me. I spun around. Nothing. My hands trembled as I pulled out the key card. The number scrawled on it seemed to dance in the uneven light. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, and tried to think. The hotel was a maze. That much was clear. But why? And who was changing it? The thought made my skin crawl. I stood and walked to the window again, hoping for some anchor to the outside world, but the brick wall stared back, unmoving, unyielding. Silence. Complete silence. I realized the walls weren't just rearranging themselves, they were trapping me. And I wasn't sure if I was the one lost, or if the hotel had found me first. The silence pressed in on me like a weight, thick and unmoving. I sat still for a long moment, tracing the edges of the chipped paint on the wall with my fingertips. There was a dry, almost metallic tang in the air, like stale coffee left out too long, mingled with a faint scent of something musky, old fabric, maybe, or human sweat. The kind of smell that sticks to your clothes after a long day in close quarters. I knew I had to move. Sitting there, staring at the brick wall beyond the window, wasn't going to get me anywhere. But moving felt like stepping into a trap I hadn't quite understood yet. The hallway, those shifting corridors, felt less like a building and more like a living thing, breathing, watching, waiting. I pulled out the key card again and flipped it between my fingers. The number on it, 214, seemed to pulse in the dim light. I didn't trust it. Not anymore. I got to my feet and paced the room, my shoes squeaking softly on the worn carpet. My eyes kept darting to the door, as if it might suddenly swing open on its own. The lock clicked when I tested it, solid and unyielding. Nothing supernatural here, just a locked door, and me, trapped on the other side. I took a deep breath and decided to try again. I'd been reckless last time, wandering without a clear plan or record. This time, I would be systematic. I grabbed a notebook from the shaky nightstand, the pages yellowed and crinkled, and a pen with a dried-out tip. I rubbed the ink across the paper until it flowed again, then began sketching the room. The placement of the furniture, the peeling wallpaper pattern, the exact measurements of the door and window. Every detail mattered. When I was finished, I stepped into the hallway, key card gripped tight. The air was cooler here, and the faint hum of the building's ventilation system was the only noise. I counted steps, marking them carefully in my notebook. 22 from my door to the next, 27 to the one after that. But when I reached what should have been the third door, it wasn't there. Instead, a blank wall stared back at me, rough plaster cracked and flaking. I spun around, heart thudding, but the hallway behind me looked exactly as I'd left it. No sign of the third door. I still can't explain it. My breath caught, and my hands trembled slightly. I forced myself to breathe slower, to remember I wasn't losing my mind, at least, not yet. I decided to try the opposite direction. Counting steps again, I reached the end of the hall, where a stairwell led down. The metal railing felt cold and smooth under my fingers, the paint chipped in places where years of hands had gripped it. I descended carefully, each step echoing in the empty shaft. At the bottom, a dimly lit corridor stretched out, but the smell here was different, mustier, like damp concrete and something organic, perhaps mold. The walls were stained, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. I noticed something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping sound. Not mechanical, but deliberate. Someone was there. I froze, listening. The tapping stopped. Silence again, but now heavier, as if the shadows were thickening around me. I pulled my phone from my pocket, its screen cracked but still functional, and tried to call the front desk. No signal. Nothing. The battery was draining fast, despite barely using it. I pocketed the phone and pressed forward, the tapping sound returning, this time from somewhere behind the next bend. The corridor twisted sharply, and I rounded it cautiously. No one. just an empty janitor's closet with the door slightly ajar. Inside, mops and buckets leaned against the walls, and a pungent mix of bleach and something sour filled the air. I stepped back and noticed scuff marks on the floor, fresh and erratic, like someone had shuffled in place, uncertain or waiting. A shiver ran down my spine. The thought that someone else might be trapped here with me was both comforting and terrifying. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the vastness of the space. No answer. I backed out and closed the door gently, then made my way back upstairs. The stairwell was different now, narrower, the walls closer. I stopped, pressed my back against the rough plaster. The key card in my pocket felt heavier, as if it was a weight anchoring me to this place. Back in the corridor, I tried the door of room 214. Locked tight. Then I noticed something odd, a faint smudge on the door frame, like grease or dirt, but in the shape of a handprint. I wiped it with my sleeve. It was sticky, warm. Too warm to be old. My heart quickened. Someone had been here recently. Or maybe they were still here. I moved down the hallway, eyes flicking to every door, every shadow. At the end, a small alcove housed the elevator. I pressed the button, but nothing happened. The panel was cracked, wires exposed, but no power. I leaned my forehead against the cold metal, tasting the bitter tang of fear on my tongue. I needed to find another exit. There had to be one. I went back to the stairwell, but this time, the door refused to budge. Locked from the other side. Panic flared if the stairwell was blocked, and the elevator dead, and the doors changing. I was trapped. I sank to the floor, rubbing my face with my hands. The fluorescent light above buzzed, flickered, then steadied. I glanced up at it, noticing a small camera lens tucked into the corner of the ceiling. I hadn't seen it before. A cold realization settled in my gut. Someone was watching. Not a ghost, not a machine. A person. Maybe more than one. I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming to run, but where? The walls shifted, the doors vanished, the stairwell locked. It wasn't just a building, it was a cage. And I was the prey. I stood, took a breath, and forced myself to move. Panic was useless. If I was going to survive, I needed to understand the rules of this place. To find the patterns in the chaos. I pulled out my notebook again, flipping back to my crude sketches. The hallway had changed since I'd last measured it. Or maybe I'd been wrong the first time. Maybe the walls didn't just shift when I left the room, they shifted constantly, deliberately. I needed to test it. To mark the walls, the doors, something. But what? Tape? No. Paper? I didn't have any left. Then I remembered the pen. I pressed it hard against the wall, leaving a thin black line on the faded wallpaper. The texture was rough, the paper peeling at the edges. The ink soaked in quickly and dried in the stale air. I took a step back and scanned the hallway. The line was there. Solid. Permanent for now. I moved down the corridor, marking every corner, every door frame, every junction. In some places, the lines were interrupted, gaps where paint or wallpaper had been stripped away. In others, the line disappeared altogether, swallowed by a new surface. It was maddening. I paused outside a door labeled 216, the number faded but still legible. I pressed my ear to it, heart hammering. Nothing. No voices, no movement. I tried the handle. Locked. A faint sound behind me, a soft shuffling, like footsteps on carpet, made me whirl around. The hallway was empty. I swallowed back a dry laugh. The hotel was playing tricks on me, or whoever was behind this was. I turned back to my markings. The pen stroke I'd made near the corner was gone, replaced by fresh wallpaper. The walls were rewriting themselves. I ran my hand along the surface, the new paper slick and cold. No seams, no nails, just a perfect, seamless surface. The craftsmanship was impressive and terrifying. I needed allies. Someone on the other side of this nightmare. The thought of facing it alone made my skin prickle. I thought about the front desk clerk. The woman who handed me the key card had seemed too composed, too rehearsed. Like she was part of the machinery. I tried calling again, but still no signal. Then I remembered the emergency phone in the lobby, the one I'd passed on my way in. If I could get there, maybe I could reach someone. The black line on the wallpaper was my lifeline, a stubborn mark in a world that refused to stay still. I stepped back, the rough plaster scratching my palm as I balanced myself. The corridor stretched ahead, unfamiliar but less threatening somehow, now that I had a starting point. It was late, too late to be wandering this labyrinthine hotel. The faint hum of the air conditioner buzzed overhead, a dull white noise that barely masked the creaks and groans of the old buildings settling around me. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, sharp and forlorn, slicing through the silence. I swallowed hard, tasting stale dust and faint mildew on my tongue. The air smelled of damp carpet and old wood, but beneath that was something else, a metallic tang, like iron, subtle but persistent. It set my teeth on edge. I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans and glanced down the hall. The lines I'd drawn earlier were still there, thin but unyielding. The walls hadn't shifted while I watched, but I couldn't trust that to last. I took another step forward, my boots squeaking softly against the scuffed linoleum. Each door was a potential dead end or a trap, but some had been rearranged, moved, or swapped since I first arrived. The pattern was maddening. No matter where I went, the hotel seemed to fold in on itself, swallowing space and time alike. I was chasing ghosts of hallways that disappeared the moment I looked away. I paused at the intersection where the corridor split. Two doors faced me, one to the left, one straight ahead. The left door was cracked open just a sliver. A faint light spilled out, flickering, almost hypnotic. I hesitated. The place had taught me not to trust the familiar. I pulled out my notebook, flipping back to my sketches. Each attempt to map the hotel ended in confusion, the walls refusing to hold steady long enough for me to chart them properly. Then a voice. Soft, deliberate, and so close it made my skin prickle. Lost again? I swallowed and whipped around. No one was there. Just the peeling wallpaper and the faint light from the hallway behind me. My heart thumped in my chest, sharp and erratic. I wasn't imagining things. The voice had been real. But where from? Hello? I called, voice cracking. Who's there? Silence. Complete silence. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping in around my thoughts. This place was playing tricks on me, no doubt about it. But the voice, that was something new. Something more calculated. My eyes caught a small security camera tucked into the corner of the ceiling, its lens gleaming faintly. I hadn't noticed it before. The kind of camera hotels use for common areas, maybe. But this was a hallway deep inside, far from the lobby. Someone was watching. Not just watching. Studying. I pressed my forehead against the cool wall, fighting the rising wave of exhaustion. The hotel wasn't just shifting walls, it was shifting me. Wearing me down. And the voice suggested they weren't content to sit back and let me wander blindly. I forced myself to move, pacing toward the light spilling from the cracked door. A faint smell of coffee drifted out, mixed with the musk of damp fabric. My fingers brushed the chipped paint of the door frame, and the wood felt oddly warm, like a fresh wound. I pushed it open. Inside was a small room, barely bigger than a closet, lit by a single swinging bulb that cast jittery shadows. A chair sat in the middle, facing a blank wall covered in peeling floral wallpaper, the same pattern that lined the corridors. On the chair was a folded piece of paper, yellowed and creased. I stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind me. The sound echoed sharply, bouncing off the walls like a gunshot. I unwrapped the paper with trembling hands. It was a note. Welcome to the game. No signature. No explanation. My breath caught. My mind scrambled for sense. This wasn't just a hotel. It was an experiment. A trap. A test. I ran my fingers over the paper, the creases digging into my skin. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating almost, as if the walls themselves wanted to press in on me. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud. Why me? Why here? I looked up, scanning the room again. There was a narrow vent above the door, just wide enough for a person to peer through. I pressed my ear to it, heart hammering. Faint voices murmured beyond, calm and clinical, voices that didn't belong to guests or staff. I pulled back, suddenly aware that the hotel wasn't just a building with shifting walls. It was controlled, manipulated. Someone or some group was orchestrating this, watching every move, every step. And they wanted something. I tried the door handle. Locked. It turned but didn't budge. Panic fluttered in my chest like a trapped bird. I was trapped. Not by shifting walls alone, but by someone with keys, cameras, and a plan. The note was a declaration. No way out. I sank onto the chair, the cold plastic biting through my clothes. My hands trembled, fingers twitching as I stared at the paper. I wasn't just being tested physically but mentally. The exhaustion wasn't accidental, it was engineered. To break me down until I surrendered whatever it was they wanted. And then the door clicked. A different door. Somewhere else, down the hall. I stood quickly, moving toward the sound, desperate for any sign of escape. A cold draft whispered through the cracked windows, carrying with it the scent of forgotten rain and untold secrets. But as I rounded the corner, the corridor stretched endlessly, a twisted snake of wallpaper and peeling paint. The black line was gone. The walls had shifted again. I was out of time. My chest tightened. I could feel the hotel watching me, waiting, daring me to give up. And I knew, deep down, I was already halfway there. The door clicked again, somewhere down the hall. Not the one I was trapped behind, this was different, sharper, closer. I pressed my ear to the cold wood of my own door, breath shallow, ear straining. The hotel silence had thickened, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for me to make a move. I stood up, muscles stiff and trembling from the cold plastic chair. The note lay crumpled on the floor, its words echoing inside my skull like a countdown. No way out. But the door down the hall, I had to check it. Maybe it was a mistake, maybe it was a trap, but staying here meant slow suffocation. The walls might shift again while I waited, closing in tighter. I pressed my palm to the door, feeling its firmness, the faint vibrations of footsteps somewhere distant. When I put my ear back, the muffled voices were gone, replaced by a low hum, the building's ventilation system, or maybe something else. My fingers curled into fists. I needed to move. The hallway outside was dim, lit by flickering fluorescent bulbs that buzzed unevenly. The scent of damp plaster crept through the stale air, mixed with something metallic, sharp, and cold. Maybe rust. I swallowed hard. The hotel had a smell now, like old hospitals and forgotten basements. It was a smell that settled in your lungs and wouldn't let go. I moved toward the source of the click, every step echoing down the long corridor. The walls looked wrong, too new, too clean, like freshly painted drywall slapped over something else. The patterns didn't match the hotel I'd first checked into. I ran my hand along the plaster. It was rough where it should have been smooth, and the paint flaked under my fingertips. I rounded the corner and stopped. The door ahead was slightly ajar. A sliver of yellow light spilled into the hallway. I caught the faintest scent of coffee, burnt sugar, and something acrid. Someone was inside. "Hello?" My voice cracked, loud against the quiet. No response. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was empty. A chair sat overturned, and on the floor, a thin smear of reddish-brown dry coffee. I thought at first, but then I realized the scent was wrong. Bitter, sour. I stepped in, heart thudding. The door slammed shut behind me. I spun around. The handle didn't turn. Locked. The walls seemed to close in. The light flickered, shadows dancing like they belonged to someone unseen. I heard breathing. Not mine. "Who's there?" I called out, voice shaking but louder this time. Silence. Then a voice, low and calm, drifting from the corner. "You're not supposed to be here." I squinted into the dim. A man stepped out of the shadows, his face half hidden by the poor light. He wore a hotel uniform, dark blazer, white shirt, and a tie that looked like it hadn't been straightened in days. His eyes were cold, calculating, and they fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. I thought this door was open," I stammered, stepping backward, hand brushing the wall. "It was." "Then it wasn't." "The hotel decides who stays and who leaves," he said, voice almost conversational. I swallowed hard. The note. The shifting walls. The locked doors. It all clicked into place. This was no accident. The hotel was a trap, but it wasn't just the architecture. There was someone behind it, manipulating everything. "Why? What do you want from me?" My voice cracked, desperation creeping in. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We study people. Observe. Test limits. This place. It changes you. Makes you surrender. Not your body, your mind. Your identity." I felt a shiver travel down my spine. "I'm not going to give you anything." He took a step closer. "You will. Everyone does. It's just a matter of how long it takes." His gaze flicked toward the door, then back to me. "You won't last long in here if you keep running." The air felt heavier suddenly, the room smaller. I looked around, no windows, no other exits. Only the door behind him and the walls closing in. The flickering light overhead buzzed dangerously. "I'm not running," I said, voice steadier than I expected. "Good," he said. "Because running only makes the maze harder. You tire yourself out. You give us more to watch." His words settled like a weight in my chest. I realized then what the exhaustion had done to me. It wasn't just physical. It was mental sabotage, designed to break me down until I lost myself. He moved closer, and I could smell the faint scent of stale cologne mixed with sweat. My skin prickled. Not fear exactly, but something raw and urgent. The hallway outside seemed distant, like a memory. The shifting walls, the flickering lights, the faint, clinical voices, it all converged here, in this tiny room with a man who might as well have been a ghost. "I don't know who you are," or what this place really is, I said, voice low. But I'm not part of your game. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Good. That means you still have something left. Something worth watching. The door handle rattled suddenly. Someone else outside? Footsteps echoed in the corridor, faster this time. He glanced toward the door, tension flickering across his face. Looks like your time's up. Before I could react, the door burst open and two figures appeared, their faces obscured by shadows. They moved fast, corralling me toward the hallway. I stumbled, heart hammering. There was no fight left in me, only a raw, desperate will to survive. The man in the hotel uniform followed, voice calm but serious. You'll learn. The hotel never forgets a face. As they pushed me forward, I caught a glimpse down the hall, a maze of shifting walls, endless corridors folding onto themselves like a cruel joke. This was no hotel. It was a cage. And I was running out of time. The lights flickered again, and in that brief darkness, I realized I wasn't just lost in the building. I was lost in myself. And surrender wasn't a choice, it was the only way out. The corridor swallowed me whole, its stale air thick with the scent of damp plaster and something metallic like the faintest trace of rust, or maybe dried blood. You'll learn. The hotel never forgets a face. I wanted to argue, to scream, but my throat was raw, my limbs trembling enough that I couldn't trust myself to stand, let alone fight. So I walked, my shoes scuffing softly against the cracked linoleum, watching the walls fold and shift with every step. The maze was still alive, still mocking me. When they finally pushed me into a room, it was unfamiliar. No window. No welcome. Just a small cot, a folding chair, and a single overhead bulb flickering like a faulty heartbeat. The door clicked shut behind them with a finality I hadn't felt before, like a cell closing. Rest, the man said, his tone softer now, almost pitying. We'll talk when you're ready. Then they left, and I was alone. I sank onto the cot, the thin mattress doing little to cushion the ache in my back. My hands shook as I pressed them to my face, trying to steady the storm inside my chest. The silence here was different, heavier, denser. It pressed in on me from all sides. No hum of the air conditioner, no distant footsteps. Just the flicker of that light and my ragged breathing. Minutes passed. Hours, maybe. Time lost its grip, melting into a slow, suffocating fog. I wasn't just trapped by walls that moved. I was trapped by the weight of all the things I'd lost, my name, my sense of place, my own face in the mirror of this nightmare. I thought about the man's words, the hotel never forgets a face. But what did that mean? Who was watching? What did they want? I'd been reduced to something less than human, a ghost wandering a maze designed to break me, piece by piece. Then the door cracked open. Two more figures stood there, their faces obscured by shadow, but their eyes caught the light, sharp, cold, unblinking. They didn't say a word. One reached in and held out a small, plain envelope. I hesitated, but the weight of their gaze pushed me forward. I took it. Inside was a sheet of paper, typed neatly, the ink smudged at the edges. I unfolded it carefully, my fingers slick with sweat. Your identity is not what you think it is. It is what we say it is. Accept it. Surrender to us. Find peace. Peace. The word mocked me. The cold promise of surrender, of giving up the self, was the hotel's ultimate trap. But beneath the fear, a strange clarity began to take hold. Maybe this was the only way out. I folded the note back up, looking up just as the door clicked shut again. The corridor outside remained silent. For the first time, I closed my eyes and let the walls shift around me. Instead of fighting, I listened. The soft creak of hinges, the faint hum of electric motors hidden in the walls, the subtle differences in the air pressure as the corridors rearranged themselves. I started to map the maze not with fear, but with cold calculation. If this hotel was a machine, then I was a part of it now. But maybe, just maybe, I could learn its rhythm. The next morning, or what I thought was morning, the door opened again. This time, a woman stepped inside. Her features were sharp, her eyes too bright in the dim light. She didn't smile. "You're adapting," she said. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't last." I sat up, my limbs stiff but my mind clearer than it had been since I arrived. "Why?" I asked. "Why do you do this?" She shrugged, a motion that seemed rehearsed. "Control, observation, study. People come here broken, and we offer them a mirror. Some break completely. Others change. Change how?" Her gaze flicked away. "You'll see. Or you won't." She left without another word. Days bled into each other, if they were days. Time had no meaning here anymore. But something inside me was shifting. The exhaustion still gnawed at my edges, but my mind sharpened. I began to anticipate the shifts, to predict the wall's movements, to find hidden alcoves and temporary refuges. The maze was still a trap, but I was no longer its victim. I was a participant. One evening, after what I guessed was the 7th cycle, I found a crack in the system. A door that stayed open just long enough to slip through before closing behind me. I ran. The hotel's interior was a labyrinth, yes, but it was also a building with limits. The corridors ended somewhere. I could feel it in my bones. The air grew cooler, fresher. The scent of old wood and distant rain replaced the stale plaster. I burst through a final door into a narrow alley. The night was cold and gray, the sky heavy with clouds. No one was around. Just the distant wail of a siren, the rustle of garbage in the wind, and my ragged breath. I didn't look back. Later, while I was safe in a friend's apartment, I stared at my reflection in the cracked bathroom mirror. The face looking back was mine, but changed. Hollowed out in some places, sharper in others. A mosaic of fear and endurance. I touched the glass, tracing the lines I hadn't noticed before. I wasn't the same person who checked into that hotel. Maybe I never was. The experience left scars deeper than any bruise. I struggled to sleep, haunted by the echo of shifting walls and muffled voices. Sometimes, the hotel's corridors played behind my eyelids, folding and unfolding, a cruel puzzle I couldn't solve. But I learned one thing. Surrender wasn't about giving up. It was about understanding what they wanted, the surrender of identity, yes, but also the reclaiming of self from that loss. I was still me, even if the hotel tried to tell me otherwise. And I knew, somewhere deep in my bones, that the hotel was still out there. Waiting. Watching. I would never forget the sound of the walls moving. The night air smelled of rain and something else, a faint hint of promises broken and lives rearranged. I swallowed hard. Survival wasn't just about escape. It was about what you carry back with you. And I carried the hotel with me. Story 5, Shifting Suite, the room that rearranged. There was something oddly clinical about the air as I stepped through the revolving doors of the Meridian Hotel. The hotel was supposed to be state-of-the-art, a kind of futuristic experiment in hospitality. Smart rooms, the brochure had said, designed to anticipate your every need. I'd booked a room for 2 nights, mostly for the novelty. My job sometimes took me to strange places, but this was a first. I wasn't expecting anything particularly weird, just a change of scenery and maybe a good story for the blog. Nothing that would unsettle me when the lights went out. The lobby was vast, with high ceilings and polished marble floors that reflected the soft glow from recessed LEDs. A few guests sat scattered on sleek leather chairs, absorbed in their phones or quietly chatting. The walls bore large digital panels cycling through serene landscapes, mountains, oceans, forests, each image so crisp and vivid it almost felt like you could step into them. I noticed the faint hum of ventilation mixed with the subtle clicking of mechanical parts somewhere behind those walls. It was almost hypnotic. "Welcome to Meridian," said a voice, smooth and precise, from the reception desk. The clerk was a man in his late 30s, pale-skinned and wearing a dark blue suit that seemed tailored to match the hotel's minimalist aesthetic. His smile was polite but brief, as if he had 100 check-ins to perform and no time for small talk. I handed over my ID and reservation confirmation. The touchscreen on the counter lit up, and a soft chime played as he tapped on the screen. "Your room is 718, he said. "The smart system will assist you with everything. If you need anything, just use the control panel by the bed or the wall-mounted tablet in the living area." I nodded, glancing toward the elevators. "Thanks. Anything I should know?" "About the technology, I mean?" He hesitated for a second, then said, "The rooms adjust themselves overnight to optimize comfort and security. You might notice some changes in layout when you wake up." His tone was flat, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, maybe concern. I wasn't sure. "Changes in layout?" I echoed, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged. "Minor. Nothing to worry about. It's part of the experience." The elevator bell chimed, and I stepped inside, pressing the button for the 7th floor. The doors slid shut smoothly, and the fluorescent lights overhead cast a pale glow. The air smelled faintly of ozone, like the inside of a new car. I looked down at my phone, checked the time, and sighed. I was tired from the trip, but curious enough to explore. The corridor on the 7th floor was quiet, almost eerily so. The thick carpet muffled my footsteps, and the walls were a pale off-white with subtle metallic flecks that caught the light just enough to shimmer. Each door was marked with a digital display that showed the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay number in soft blue light. I found 718 easily and swiped my key card. The door unlocked with a gentle beep. Inside, the room was pristine. Minimalist furniture, an unmade bed with crisp white sheets, a small desk with a built-in touchscreen, a sleek couch facing a wall-mounted TV. The window stretched across one wall, revealing a view of the city skyline, dotted with lights that twinkled in the early evening gloom. The air here smelled faintly of clean linen and a hint of something floral, maybe jasmine. I set my bag down and took a deep breath. I moved toward the tablet on the wall, tapping through the initial setup screens. The interface was slick and responsive, allowing me to adjust lighting, temperature, even the ambient sounds. I selected City Rain, and the soft patter of raindrops began to play through hidden speakers, a comforting background hum. I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the coolness of the sheets against my palms. Something about the room felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the silence. No footsteps in the hallway. No distant murmur of guests. Just the rain sounds and the faint mechanical hum from the walls. I pulled out my laptop and decided to email a quick check-in to a friend. The Wi-Fi signal was strong, surprisingly fast, but then the connection dropped without warning. That was odd. I refreshed, but the network icon blinked with a small red cross. I frowned, tapping the tablet's network settings. Everything looked normal. No alerts. I tried rebooting the room system through the control panel. The screen flickered, then stabilized. The connection returned, but only briefly. By the time I finished my email, it dropped again. I repeated the process, frustration creeping in. There was no emergency button or phone in the room, just the tablet and the control panel. Both operated normally, except for the network glitches. I chalked it up to a temporary glitch. Technology, I muttered to myself. Always something. Later, I decided to order dinner through the room service app on the tablet. The menu was extensive, with options tailored to dietary preferences and even mood-based suggestions. I chose a simple pasta dish and a sparkling water. The confirmation came instantly. As I waited, I wandered over to the window. The rain had started for real, coating the glass in a thin, shimmering layer. The city lights blurred through the droplets, turning everything into a mosaic of colors. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass and closed my eyes. There was a faint creak somewhere behind me, like the settling of a heavy door or the shifting of a large piece of furniture. I turned sharply, expecting to see a staff member or another guest, but the room was empty. The walls were bare except for the tablet, the TV, and a small framed print of an abstract landscape. I shook my head. Probably the building settling. Older hotels did that all the time. My phone buzzed on the desk. A message from the front desk. Good evening, Mr. Clark. We hope you're comfortable. Please let us know if you require any assistance. Friendly, but a little too formal. Thanks, I typed back. All good so far. The response was immediate. Excellent. Remember, your room adapts overnight to enhance your experience. Should you notice any changes, please explore them. They are designed for your comfort. I frowned. Explore changes sounded more like an invitation than a warning. Dinner arrived just after 8 p.m. The pasta was perfectly cooked, with a faint hint of basil and garlic. I ate slowly, watching the rain intensify outside. The constant mechanical hum persisted, low and steady. I realized I hadn't heard any footsteps or doors opening and closing for hours. Not one. I checked the digital clock on the bedside table. 9:15 p.m. I decided to take a shower before bed. The bathroom was sleek, with a rainfall shower head and a mirror that doubled as a touchscreen. The water was hot and steady, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones drowning out the silence outside. When I stepped out, the mirror displayed the news and weather automatically. I tapped it off and wrapped myself in a soft towel. Back in the room, I switched off the lights except for a small bedside lamp. The rain noises continued softly. I pulled back the covers and slid under the sheets. The mattress was firm but comfortable, the pillows cool against my neck. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. The sterile smell lingered, and the hum felt louder somehow. I imagined tiny motors behind the walls, quietly adjusting panels or shifting fixtures. I thought about the clerk's words, the rooms adjust themselves overnight. What exactly did that mean? Did the walls move? The furniture? Was the layout different in the morning? I shook the thought away. I was tired. Probably just a gimmick. Maybe the room reconfigured the lighting or the TV settings while guests slept. The rain slowed, and a distant dog barked once. Silence. Complete silence. Then, faint but distinct, a soft click echoed somewhere near the door. Not the door itself, something else. I sat up, heart quickening. The room felt suddenly smaller. I ran my fingers over the bed sheets. The night stretched on, thick with that low mechanical drone humming somewhere just out of sight. I lay on the bed, the pasta settling unevenly in my stomach, when the walls began to shift again. At first, it was subtle. The corner of the room seemed to pull inward, or maybe the ceiling dipped a fraction lower, but it was enough to make me sit up abruptly. My fingers scraped against the thin fabric of the sheets as I swung my legs over the side, feet meeting the cold, polished floor. I traced my way to the door, pressing my palm flat against the smooth surface. It didn't budge. The handle, usually cool metal, felt warmer than it should, almost as if it was actively resisting me. The tablet on the desk blinked to life, the screen shifting to a new message. "Good evening, Mr. Clark. The room is evolving. Please explore its new features." Explore. That word again. A little too bright, too cheery. Like a trapdoor opening beneath my feet, disguised as an invitation. I paced the room, noting the changes. The framed print was gone, replaced by a sleek panel that hadn't been there before. I ran my fingers over it, a smooth, seamless surface, cold as glass. No buttons, no obvious way to open it. I tapped it lightly, half expecting it to respond like the tablet, but it stayed silent. The air smelled different too. Not stale, but sharper, tinged with the metallic scent of circuitry and something faintly acrid, like burnt plastic. I pinched my nose, trying to shake the unease creeping through me. A knock sounded on the door, a soft, deliberate tap, not like a guest or staff. My breath caught. Who else could be here at this hour? I crept over and peered through the peephole. Nothing but darkness. No hallway, no sign of life. Just a black void. I stepped back. The walls felt closer now, the room shrinking as if it was tightening around me. I rubbed my arms, goosebumps prickling up my skin despite the warmth. My phone buzzed again, no signal. No bars. I tried calling the front desk. No connection. The Wi-Fi icon on the tablet blinked red. I sank onto the edge of the bed, my head heavy with questions. This wasn't a hotel. Not really. It was some kind of experiment. A cage wrapped in technology, designed to keep me inside without a key. Morning came too fast, the rain still drumming against the windows. I forced myself up, the dim light revealing that the room had changed once more. The desk was now flush against the wall where the window had been, and a narrow corridor had appeared where the bathroom door should have stood. I followed the corridor, the floor cool beneath my feet, the walls blank and unyielding. At the end, a door with no handle, just the faint outline of a fingerprint scanner. I pressed my thumb against it. Nothing. Back in the main room, the tablet displayed a new message. Your experience is unique. Adapt and thrive. Adapt. Thrive. The words felt like commands, the kind you'd hear from a mind trying to convince itself it's in control. I needed answers. I grabbed the tablet and started digging through the settings, the menus deep and labyrinthine. Hidden beneath layers of options was a security log. Entries timestamped throughout the night showed the room's layout adjustments, walls moving, new passages opening and closing, all automated. But then there was something else. An entry labeled Guest Interaction, Override Attempt, followed by a series of error codes. Someone else had tried to break the system. My pulse quickened. I wasn't alone. I tapped back, curious if I could find more. A chat log emerged, half-erased messages from another guest. Fragments like "Can't get out," "It's watching," and "Don't trust the staff." I swallowed hard. The staff. Were they complicit? Were the messages genuine or planted to unsettle me? I had to know. I took a deep breath and called the front desk again, this time through the room's phone. A voice answered, calm, professional, almost too smooth. "Good morning, Mr. Clark. How may we assist you today?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "I've noticed some changes in the room overnight. The layout, it's different. Is that normal?" A pause. Then, "Yes, sir. Our rooms adjust to guest preferences. It's part of the immersive experience." If you require assistance, please press the help icon on your tablet. I glanced at the tablet. No help icon. Just the same blinking cursor waiting for input. Can you tell me what happens if I want to leave? The voice hesitated, just a fraction too long. You may exit at any time through the main door. If you encounter any issues, our staff is available 24/7. I pressed again. The door won't open. Silence. Then, please refrain from tampering with room controls, Mr. Clark. Failure to comply may result in service suspension. Service suspension? The words echoed ominously in my ears. The call ended abruptly. My hands trembled as I set the phone down. I wasn't just trapped by shifting walls. I was trapped by people. I needed to find another way. Something to bypass the system. I searched the room again, fingers sliding along the surfaces, tapping walls, listening for hollow sounds. Behind the panel where the picture had been, I found a faint seam. The faint hum of forgotten memories seemed to cling to the walls the moment I crossed the Meridian Hotel's threshold. Pressing inward, a small compartment popped open, revealing a thin, metallic card. I pulled it out slowly, the edges cold and sharp against my skin. No markings, just a chip embedded in one corner. Could this be a key? An override? I didn't know, but it was the first concrete clue I'd found. The rain intensified outside, rattling the window panes like a warning. The mechanical hum grew louder, almost as if the building itself was breathing. I slid the card over the fingerprint scanner on the corridor door. A soft click. The door swung open. A narrow passage stretched beyond, dimly lit by recessed LEDs. The smell of damp concrete and something faintly chemical filled the air. I hesitated. Part of me screamed to stay put, to wait for help. But the other part, the part that had been boxed in too long, demanded I move forward. I stepped through the door, the corridor closing silently behind me. The hotel was no longer a place of rest. It was a labyrinth. And I was inside. Ahead, I saw a faint glow of flickering light at the end of the passage. As I moved closer, the sound of muffled voices drifted through the walls, indistinct but urgent. Then, a whisper, barely audible, brushed past my ear. Don't trust them. The walls shifted again. The seam under the picture frame was more than I expected. It wasn't just a crack or a poorly finished joint, it was a panel, barely noticeable unless you pressed your ear to the wall. My fingers traced along it, feeling the slight give beneath the smooth plaster. A hidden door. That in itself was unsettling. Hotels rarely hid doors inside walls, especially not ones that led anywhere useful. I pressed gently, then harder, until the panel shifted inward with a quiet click. Behind it was a narrow cavity, maybe a foot deep, nothing more. A dead end. But inside, I spotted a small device, a sleek black box no bigger than a smartphone, with a single blinking light. The kind of thing you'd expect in a spy movie or a tech startup's prototype lab, not a hotel room. I pulled it out, and the air seemed to thicken. The room's usual hum of the ventilation system felt louder, more oppressive. The tablet on the desk remained stubbornly blank, the blinking cursor like a mocking eye. I flipped the device over, searching for buttons or a screen, but found only a smooth surface with a faint grid of tiny dots, a concealed touchpad, I guessed. I tapped it once. The light blinked faster. Then a low vibration thrummed through the box, like a heartbeat. My breath caught. I realized this wasn't just a device, it was a key. Or maybe a control panel for the room itself. Suddenly, the door behind me shifted. Not a creak or a groan, but a subtle, almost imperceptible movement. I turned sharply, eyes wide. The door frame seemed to warp. The edges weren't lining up the way they had minutes ago. I reached for the handle. Locked. Again. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't random. Someone had designed this. The shifting walls, the locked doors, the hidden control panel. It was deliberate. And I was part of it. I held the device tightly, feeling the vibrations pulse under my fingertips. If this was a control, maybe it could help me escape. Or at least understand what was happening. I pressed and swiped, experimenting. Suddenly, a panel slid open in the far corner of the room, revealing a narrow passage. My pulse quickened. The passage was dimly lit, the walls lined with that same sterile white plaster, but it was something new or raw I hadn't seen before. I hesitated. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and cleaning fluid, a sharp contrast to the sterile hotel scent. My skin prickled. Was this an invitation or a trap? I glanced back at the door, still locked. No way out there. No help icon on the tablet. The voice on the phone, that cold, clipped warning about service suspension, echoed like a warning bell. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back now. If I didn't take this path, I'd be stuck here forever, or worse, left to whatever game these people were playing. I stepped into the passage. The walls closed in tighter as I moved forward, the air growing cooler, the light dimmer. My footsteps echoed sharply against the concrete, the sound bouncing off unseen corners. There was no ventilation, no windows, only the faint hum of machinery somewhere deep within the walls. After a few minutes, I rounded a corner and stopped dead. Ahead was a small room, stark and empty except for a single chair and a large screen mounted on the far wall. The chair faced away from me, but the screen flickered to life the moment I stepped into the room. Faces appeared on the screen. Guests, I realized with a sinking feeling. Their eyes wide with panic, their voices muffled but frantic. They were trapped too. Just like me. One of them caught my eye, mouthing words I couldn't hear. Then the screen went black. I sank into the chair, my hands trembling as I processed what I was seeing. This wasn't a malfunction. It was a monitoring station. Surveillance on every guest, every move, every attempt to escape. And someone was watching. I pressed the device again, desperate for answers. The screen flickered back to life, this time with a map, a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, all shifting and rearranging in real time. The layout was a nightmare, an ever-changing maze designed to confuse and trap. There was a blinking dot, my location, but no exit marked anywhere. The walls were alive, moving, reshaping the space to keep us caged. A cold realization settled over me. This was no accident. The hotel was a trap, a psychological experiment, or worse, a prison designed to break its occupants slowly, silently. I tried the tablet again, typing furiously, demanding to speak to management, to security, to anyone. Nothing but silence and the blinking cursor. I felt a presence behind me and spun around. I still can't explain it. No one. Just the empty room, the chair, and the faint buzz of electronics. Then the chair locked into place with a soft click. My legs were pinned. Panic surged through me, sharp and immediate. A voice crackled through hidden speakers, smooth, calm, chilling. Mr. Clark, you've uncovered more than you should have. Compliance is required. Resistance will only prolong discomfort. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The chair vibrated lightly, a subtle pressure pressing against my back. It was a warning. A reminder of control. I looked back at the screen. More faces, more prisoners, trapped in their own shifting cages. Some looked resigned. The heavy scent of dust and old paper greeted me before the creaking of the lobby floorboards announced my arrival at the Meridian Hotel. Others, like me, still struggling against their confines. There was no help coming. No staff to rescue us. No emergency exit. Only the maze. The watchers. The trap. I clenched my fists, the device still pulsing softly in my hand. Somehow, someway, I had to find a way out. Before the walls closed in completely. But for the first time, I knew I wasn't just lost in a hotel. I was caught in a carefully orchestrated game, with rules I didn't understand and stakes far higher than I ever imagined. And the night was only beginning. The chair didn't loosen its grip. My legs were locked in place, the vibration against my spine a quiet, insistent reminder that I wasn't in charge here. The voice, calm, collected, venomous, had filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, and now the silence that followed it was almost worse. I swallowed, dry and rough, eyes darting back to the screen. Faces. More prisoners. Hollow eyes that flickered with a mixture of hopelessness and defiance. They weren't just guests, they were captives. I wanted to say something, to shout, to demand answers, but the words caught in my throat. My fingers drummed nervously on the armrest, rattling softly against the synthetic leather. The faint hum of the electronics was steady, unyielding. Somewhere beyond the thin walls, I thought I heard footsteps, distant but deliberate, too measured to be casual hotel staff. Compliance is required, the voice said again, this time a shade colder, almost bored. Resistance will only prolong discomfort. Discomfort. The word echoed in my mind, a promise and a threat wrapped into one. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to breathe evenly, counting slowly 1, 2, 3, trying to steady the storm rising inside. The room seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm, the walls shifting just enough to disorient without overtly changing. I could almost feel the surfaces move beneath my fingertips when I brushed against the table edge. Why here? Why me? The question spun relentlessly. The hotel was a cage, a labyrinth designed to twist perception and crush will. I knew that much now. But who was behind it? And what was the end game? The tablet screen flickered, then brightened. A new message appeared, typed out in neat, deliberate letters. Let's begin the test, Mr. Clark. The chair vibrated again, this time a little stronger, as if inviting me to play along. I stared hard, willing myself not to react, though my skin prickled with unease. I tried to move my legs, testing the locks. They held firm, unyielding. I glanced around, searching for anything, any imperfection, any chance of escape. The walls shimmered faintly in the low light, their surfaces almost liquid in their fluidity. The cool, recycled air smelled faintly of ozone and something metallic, like the edge of a fresh paper cut. My throat tightened. Test? What test? I whispered to myself, voice hoarse. What do you want from me? A low beep interrupted the silence. The tablet screen split, showing two images side by side, one of a corridor lined with identical doors, the other a narrow stairwell spiraling downward into darkness. Both looked impossibly long, stretching beyond the edges of the screen. Choose, the message blinked below the images. I blinked back at it, heart hammering. Choose? Choose what? I leaned forward, trying to see if the images were live feeds or just simulations. The corridor had a flickering light at the far end, casting long shadows that moved like smoke. The stairwell was pitch black, swallowing everything beyond the first few steps. I swallowed again, dry as sandpaper. This isn't a game, I said aloud. If I pick wrong, what happens? No reply. Just the blinking cursor, waiting patiently, like a predator. The chair vibrated once more, pressing gently against my back. I felt a bead of sweat trail down my temple, cold despite the warmth of the room. My mind raced. If this was a test, then maybe it was designed to break me, to push me into making mistakes. A sudden creak from the walls made me snap my head toward the sound. The plaster near the ceiling had stretched, a fine crack spider webbing outward. The smell of fresh paint, or was it something chemical, seeped through the crack, sharp and unsettling. A flicker of movement caught my eye. On the tablet, the corridor image shifted. A door halfway down swung open just a sliver. A shadow slipped out, quick and silent. My pulse spiked. I leaned closer, squinting. The figure was too dark to make out details, but the way it moved was deliberate, cautious. Someone else trapped here. Or worse, someone controlling the maze. My mind flashed back to the faces on the screen. Were they watching me? Were they prisoners like me, or the ones running this nightmare? Why are you doing this? I demanded, loud enough to fill the room. What do you want? No answer. The chair locked tighter. The walls shifted again. The table slid away, replaced by a narrow ledge barely wide enough for my arms. The temperature dropped, the air growing thinner, colder. I shivered, the skin on my arms prickling. The scent of ozone grew stronger, mingling now with a faint metallic tanked blood. I blinked hard. No! Just the smell of machinery, grinding gears hidden behind the walls. The tablet blinked again. The images shifted. Now both the corridor and the stairwell were gone. Instead, a third image appeared, a small, windowless room, walls lined with cameras. The message read, "Isolation chamber. Time limit, 30 minutes. Survive. Survive?" I echoed, voice cracking. I pressed my palms into the armrests, nails digging into the padding. The chair vibrated, then locked in place completely. No movement. No escape. I tried to think, to calm the whirlwind of panic spiraling in my chest. 30 minutes. Isolation. Whatever was next, it was designed to break me down, piece by piece. The lights dimmed until the room was bathed in a dull, oppressive gray. The air thickened, stale and suffocating. My breath came shallow and fast, tasting faintly of iron. The tablet screen went black. Silence. Complete silence. I closed my eyes, willing my racing heart to slow. I pictured the faces again, the resigned, the desperate, the broken. If they had survived this far, so could I. I had to. A soft click echoed behind me. The chair tilted forward slightly, forcing me into a cramped position. A hidden speaker crackled. Begin. My hands clenched into fists. The chair vibrated, a low hum building beneath me. The walls creaked, shifting once more. The dim glow of flickering sconces cast trembling shadows across the Meridian Hotel's deserted lobby. In the dark, the chair tightened around my legs, metal restraints biting into my skin. The room seemed to inhale, walls inching closer as if trying to swallow me whole. My throat burned, dry and metallic. I swallowed hard. I wasn't ready to give in. Not now. But the truth was unavoidable. I was trapped. Completely. Then, just as the pressure became unbearable, the chair shuddered and released me. I slumped forward, chest heaving like a caged animal set free for a moment only to be caught again. The walls steadied. The lights softened. My fingers dug into the armrests, leaving tiny crescents in the fabric. And a flat voice crackled from the speaker. For a long moment, I didn't move. The silence afterward felt heavier than the test itself. My wrists ached where hidden straps had held me. The stale air clung to my tongue with a metallic tang that made me shiver. I forced myself to stand. My knees creaked, uncooperative. On the side table, the tablet blinked awake, its familiar blue hotel logo pulsing gently. I tapped its screen, checkout, assistance, room service. None responded. The phone was dead. My mobile had no signal. The door refused to budge. No cameras, no sensors, nothing obvious. Yet I felt watched. I swallowed the rising panic. I couldn't let this place break me. Not like it had broken others. Hours passed before the door finally clicked open. Not triumphantly, mechanically, indifferently. I hesitated, half expecting a trick, but nothing shifted. The corridor beyond was dim, quiet. I stepped into the hall. The carpet changed under my feet, a synthetic texture that smelled of chemicals and burnt plastic. The hallway stretched on endlessly, doors perfectly spaced, each one identical. Yet the air held strange hints, the faint hum of machinery behind the walls, ozone drifting like an electrical warning, a seam in the ceiling misaligned by a hair. This place was engineered. Controlled. Intelligent. One door sat slightly ajar. Pale light spilled onto the carpet. Inside, the room was empty except for a rumpled bed and a scarf left behind, a reminder someone else had been here. Or was still lost somewhere in the maze. A tapping sound reached my ears. Soft. Rhythmic. I followed it to a service closet. The door was cracked open, and inside, a man sat slumped against the wall. Pale. Sweating. Shaking. His eyes met mine. Relief flickered there, fragile, fading. "You made it," he whispered. I thought I was alone. I knelt beside him. "What happened?" His lips trembled. "Some of the staff, they watch us. They control the rooms. The hotel, it's a test. All of this. We're experiments." The word lodged in my chest like broken glass. "How long?" I asked. 3 days. Maybe more. I steadied him, forcing my own fear down. "Come on. We're getting out." The hallway shifted as we moved, subtle changes, barely noticeable unless you were watching. Together, we learned to read the signs, the flickering lights, the distant work gears preparing to move the walls, the pattern in the carpet that wasn't there minutes earlier. Finally, we found an emergency exit. Barred, but not locked. The stairwell air hit us, cool, fresh. Real. Hope. We descended, step by cautious step, until voices rose from below. Footsteps. Orders. Men. We froze. "They're down here. Don't let them out." The stairwell door below burst open. 2 uniformed men stood there, weapons holstered but hands hovering near them. Their eyes were cold, assessing. "No one leaves," one said. The man beside me trembled. "We're prisoners." For a moment, the weight of it all pressed in again, the chair, the walls, the maze, the cruelty engineered into every corner of the hotel. Then something broke loose inside me. A clarity. "No," I said quietly. "Not anymore." I stepped between the guards and the man behind me, not brave, just done being afraid. "You're not hiding this any longer." Something shifted in their expressions, not fear, but calculation. The facade was too fragile now. Too many flaws exposed. Too much risk. "You don't understand what this place is," one guard said. "I don't need to," I replied. I just know we're leaving. And to my astonishment, they stepped aside. Not willingly, not approvingly, but because the system they served had rules, two lines that, once crossed, risked exposing everything. Maybe they feared witnesses. Maybe they feared consequences. Or maybe they simply didn't expect resistance. We passed them slowly, holding our breath until we were through the final door and out into the hotel's back corridor. Fresh night air met us. Cold. Honest. The street outside buzzed with life, cars, voices, the comforting randomness of a world not controlled by shifting walls. The man beside me let out a broken laugh. We made it. I nodded, feeling the weight of the last hours melt into something softer. Yes, we did. We walked away from the Meridian Hotel, its towering facade glowing behind us like the eye of a creature finally losing interest in its prey. We didn't look back. We didn't need to. We were free. Story 6, Unseen Intruder, Signs of a Silent Stalker. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I shrugged it off. I was standing in the center of my apartment, the late afternoon sun casting long, lazy shadows on the hardwood floor. The air smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, the scent I always used on Mondays. It should have comforted me. Instead, it felt clinical, too clean, as if someone had scrubbed not just the surfaces but the atmosphere itself, trying to erase something invisible. I shook my head and muttered, maybe I'm just tired. I'd been working late most nights this week. The office had piled on the projects, and I barely had time to eat, let alone pay attention to how I stacked my dishes. Still, that nagging feeling stuck with me. Later that evening, I sat on the couch scrolling through my phone. The glow of the screen was the only light in the room, the rest of the apartment swallowed by darkness. I noticed my phone was unlocked, which was strange. I always locked it when I left the room. A quick glance at the notifications revealed a few unread texts from unknown numbers. I frowned and tapped the messages open. "Hey, are you there?" one said. Another read, "I saw you today." I blinked, fingers hovering over the screen. I didn't recognize the numbers. There was no way I had missed these messages. My phone didn't just unlock itself. A prickly chill crawled up my spine. I locked the phone and set it on the coffee table, the silence in the room suddenly heavier. I wanted to tell myself it was a prank or a mistake. Maybe someone had found my phone earlier and sent the messages. But the thought didn't sit right. I never left my phone unattended. Not once. The next day was uneventful, or it should have been. I went to work, drank my usual black coffee, and took the same bus route home. The apartment smelled normal when I got back. Familiar. But then I noticed the throw pillow on the couch was flipped upside down. Not a big deal, really, but something about it felt off. I checked the locks, making sure the door was secure. The deadbolt was turned, the latch clicked firmly. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see a shadow move outside, but there was nothing but the quiet street and a stray cat prowling near the dumpster. I tried to laugh it off. "You're imagining things," I told myself. "Just stress." But the pit in my stomach deepened. That night, I left the apartment to grab a late dinner. The place was quiet when I returned, but the faint hum of the refrigerator seemed louder, more insistent. I dropped my bag by the door and headed to the kitchen. The fridge door was slightly ajar. I froze. The familiar hum stopped. My breath hitched. I pushed the door open fully. Nothing was missing or out of place inside. Milk, eggs, leftovers, all accounted for. Just the door left open, like a careless guest. I closed it firmly and leaned against the counter, my fingers trembling. "No one's been in here," I whispered, though my voice cracked. I double-checked the locks again. Deadbolt, latch, chain, all secure. I even peeked through the peephole. Empty hallway. No shadows, no footsteps. That night, sleep was elusive. The apartment felt different, like it was holding its breath. I kept hearing creaks and soft thuds, but I was the only one home. When I finally drifted off, it was into restless, shallow sleep. The following morning, I found a note on the kitchen table. It wasn't there the night before, I was sure. The paper was plain, folded neatly in half. The handwriting was illegible, scribbled in a hurried, uneven scrawl. Watching, it said. No signature. No explanation. My hands trembled as I unfolded the note again. I scanned the tiny words, trying to make sense of it. I should have called someone. I should have told a friend. But the words stuck in my throat. Watching. Not violent, but chilling. I spent the day glancing over my shoulder, every creak and groan of the building making me jump. The neighbors went about their routines, oblivious to the tension coiling inside my chest. That evening, I tried to put the pieces together. The shifted mug, the unlocked phone with strange messages, the fridge door ajar, and now this note. Someone had been inside my apartment. Someone who knew my routines, my habits. Someone who wanted me to know they were there. I felt exposed, like my private space had been violated in a way that no lock or bolt could prevent. The walls seemed too thin, the windows too wide open, even though they weren't. I couldn't sleep again. I sat on the windowsill, the cold glass pressing against my back, and watched the street below. A dog barked somewhere in the distance. The streetlight flickered overhead, casting a stuttered glow. I wrapped my arms around my knees, trying to steady my breath. I didn't know who was watching, or why. But I knew one thing, I wasn't imagining it. And whatever was happening, it wasn't going to stop. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until a shadow slipped past the edge of the lamplight. My heart hammered against my ribs as I struggled to make sense of the dark figure moving just beyond clear sight. I wanted to look away, but something held me fast, rooted to the spot. The shadow didn't move again. I sank down from the windowsill, my back scraping against the cold glass as I slid to the floor. The chill bit through my shirt, but I barely noticed. My mind was spinning, replaying that silhouette, its slow, deliberate movements. Someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. It was past midnight. I should have tried to sleep, but the apartment felt different now. The air seemed heavier, thicker, like it was holding its breath. I flicked on the bedside lamp, a dull yellow glow filling the room, and grabbed my phone. The screen was cracked along one corner, a spiderweb fracture I'd been meaning to fix but never did. The message notifications blinked silently, 3 new texts. From numbers I didn't recognize. I hesitated before unlocking the phone. The pattern on my lock screen was the same one I always used. It hadn't changed. But the phone was already unlocked when I picked it up. That was impossible. I'd been sure I locked it before bed. The texts read, "I know you're awake. Stop looking out the window. We're closer than you think. No name. No signature." Just those sentences, each one a cold drip in the quiet night. My fingers trembled as I typed a reply. Who is this? Instead of sending, I deleted it. What good would it do? If whoever was behind this wanted me to know they were here, responding might only encourage them. I turned off the phone and set it on the nightstand, but even in the dark, I could feel its faint glow, like a beacon. Sleep was out of the question. I stayed awake, eyes flicking between the window and the door leading to the hallway. Every creak of the building, every distant sound of cars or footsteps, made my skin crawl. When morning finally came, it felt like a betrayal. The sun poured through the blinds, bright and indifferent, as if nothing had happened. I stared at the ceiling, the words from the texts echoing in my mind. "We're closer than you think." How close? Had someone been living in the building all along? Watching me? I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in, that I was trapped in a cage of my own making. I decided I couldn't just sit and wait for the next intrusion. I needed to understand what was happening. I needed to catch whoever was behind this. First, I checked every lock on the doors and windows. All secure. Then I moved through the apartment, scanning for anything out of place. The coffee mug on the counter was still half full from the night before, but it looked like it had been moved slightly, just enough to catch my eye. The stack of mail by the door had one letter shifted forward, no stamp, no return address. I picked it up. The envelope was thick, heavy. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded neatly in thirds. The handwriting was neat but unfamiliar. "You're not as safe as you think. Look closer. Listen carefully." No signature again. I swallowed hard and put the note down. Whoever this was, they knew I was paying attention. I called my friend Sarah. She'd been my confidant for years, the one person I could trust when things got weird. "Hey," I said when she picked up, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, you sound off. Everything okay?" I hesitated. "Not really. Something's wrong. Someone's been in my apartment. Last night I saw a shadow outside, and my phone was unlocked with creepy messages." There was a pause on the other end. "That's awful. Are you safe?" "I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm going to check the building's security cameras and maybe talk to the neighbors. Please be careful. Do you want me to come over?" I thought about it. Part of me wanted someone here, even if it was just for company. But I didn't want to put her in danger. "Maybe later. I'll call you." After hanging up, I grabbed my jacket and headed out. The lobby was quiet, the usual hum of the heater filling the space. I found the building manager's office and knocked. No answer. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was cluttered with papers and old coffee cups. The security monitor showed several feeds from around the building. I leaned forward, watching the footage from the hallway outside my apartment. There. At 2:15 a.m. the night before, a figure appeared. Tall, slender, moving with purpose. They stopped just outside my door, hands invisible in the grainy image. Then the door opened. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. The figure stepped inside and stayed for almost 20 minutes. Then they left, closing the door gently behind them. I rewound and watched again. The video was grainy, but I could make out the figure's jacket and the way they walked. It wasn't someone from the building staff. Not a delivery person either. I took pictures of the screen with my phone. If I showed Sarah, maybe she could help me identify the person. But a cold realization settled over me. The person had access to a key. Or they'd found a way to get in without one. I backed out of the office quietly, closing the door behind me. The hallway felt different now, somehow heavier. Over the next few days, I kept a detailed log. Every morning, I checked for changes, items moved, messages on my phone, the faintest sign of intrusion. I installed a cheap motion sensor app on my phone, hoping to catch movement when I wasn't home. Sarah came over one afternoon. She brought coffee and a calming presence I desperately needed. We sat on the worn couch, the light from the window softening the edges of the room. "Have you told the police?" she asked gently. "No. I don't think they'd take it seriously without clear evidence. I'm not even sure what I'd say without sounding crazy." She nodded. "I get it. But you shouldn't have to go through this alone." Her words made me realize I wasn't just fighting an unknown intruder, I was battling isolation, too. The paranoia that built around me like a cage. That night, I set up my laptop to record the front door area, using the webcam angled out the peephole. I didn't sleep much. The quiet was unbearable. At 3:07 a.m., the recording caught something, a shadow crossing the hallway just outside my door. The door handle moved. I held my breath, watching until the shadow retreated. The next morning, I found a small scrap of paper slipped under the door. It read, "You're watching, but so am I. No fingerprints. No clues." I wanted to tell myself I was imagining it all, that this was some elaborate prank or coincidence. But every detail pointed to the same terrifying truth. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. The building's thin walls no longer felt like barriers. They were just fragile veils, easily pierced by someone who knew me better than I knew myself. I locked the door behind me as I left for work, the key rattling in my hand. I glanced back once, half expecting to see that shadow waiting, watching. But there was only silence. Or so I thought. At the bottom of the stairwell, a faint sound caught my ear, a soft scrape, like nails against concrete. I froze, heart thudding. The sound came again, slow and deliberate. I didn't look back. Not yet. Because whatever it wasn't finished with me. The scrap of paper didn't just unsettle me, it broke something inside. "You're watching, but so am I." The words sat heavy on the floor, like a trap snapped shut around my chest. I stared at them for a long moment, the late morning light filtering through the blinds, the faint hum of distant traffic a shallow comfort. I wanted to tear it up, flush it, anything to erase the proof that this wasn't just a bad dream. But I didn't. I kept the note. I needed to see it again, to remind myself what I was up against. I hadn't slept again. My eyes burned, my skin prickled with the rough edge of exhaustion. I paced the apartment, searching for some sign I'd missed, some clue that could explain how the intruder bypassed the lock, how they knew my habits so precisely. The front door had no scratches, no signs of forced entry. The windows were locked tight. Yet, every morning brought a new subtle change, a cushion slightly askew, a glass moved a few inches, my phone unlocked with unread messages from strangers who seemed to know intimate details about me. I had to accept it. Someone was inside. Someone who wasn't just passing through. The laptop was still recording the hallway outside my door. I watched the footage again, squinting at the grainy black and white. At 3:07 a.m., a shadow slipped across the frame, slow and deliberate. The handle twitched, and I clenched my fists so hard my nails bit into my palms. The shadow lingered, waiting, before fading back down the hall. I wanted to scream, to rip the door off its hinges. But I sat there, frozen, watching. I called Sarah. My voice was brittle, almost foreign to my own ears. "Sarah, I think someone's been inside my apartment." There was a long pause. She swallowed, then said, "I'm coming over." Her presence was the only thing that pierced the suffocating silence. When she arrived, her eyes were sharp, scanning the room like she was already piecing together a puzzle I hadn't even seen yet. "We need to figure out how they're getting in," she said, voice low but steady. I nodded, unable to speak. My legs felt weak, my hands trembling slightly as I handed her the scrap of paper. She frowned. This is a message, not just a threat. She looked around, then toward the door. They want you to know they're here. Watching. I swallowed hard. The idea was unbearable. To be nothing more than a spectacle for some unseen audience. That night, we didn't sleep. Sarah sat beside me on the couch, laptop open, searching for anything at all that might explain the messages, the intrusions. The phone buzzed again. Another unknown sender. The message read, "You can't hide." Not anymore. I showed Sarah. She frowned, fingers flying over the keyboard. "Look at this," she said, opening a map. Nearby cameras, security footage indexes. There's a pattern. Someone's been tracking your movements for weeks. Weeks. I thought I'd only just noticed. The realization crushed me. The intruder wasn't just inside my apartment, they'd been stalking me long before. I wanted to believe I could still escape. Move to a new place, change my number, disappear. But Sarah shook her head. "No. They've got you marked. You can't run." The words echoed inside my head, louder than any noise in the silent room. We decided to call the police. But the station was a labyrinth of bureaucracy and disbelief. The officer on duty listened, polite but distant. "Without evidence of forced entry or a clear suspect, there's not much we can do," he said. I caught Sarah's eye. We both knew this was a dead end. Back in my apartment, I locked every door and window, double-checked the chain lock, the peephole camera still recording. But the feeling of safety was a cruel joke. Suddenly, my phone lit up again. Another message. This time, it wasn't a warning or a taunt. It was a photo. The image was grainy. A figure stood just inside my apartment, near the kitchen. I squinted. The silhouette was shadowed, but unmistakably human. The arm reaching out, the slow, deliberate movements. I staggered back, knocking over a lamp. The warm glow spilled across the floor, shadows dancing like ghosts. "Who is this?" I whispered. Sarah's hand found mine, squeezing tight. "We need to find out who," she said. But I knew, deep down, that this wasn't just a game anymore. I crossed a line, the point of no return. I was trapped in a nightmare that followed me wherever I went, a constant presence in my own home. The doorbell rang. Sharp. Sudden. Twice. I froze. Sarah's eyes were wide. "Don't answer," she breathed. The second ring came, more urgent, impatient. I could feel the pounding of my heart in my ears, the cold sweat on my skin. A knock followed, soft but deliberate. "Hello," a voice called out. Familiar. Too familiar. I recognized it instantly. It was my own voice. Only it wasn't me. I pressed against the wall, holding my breath. The doorbell rang again. And then, silence. Complete silence. I realized then that the intruder wasn't just watching from the shadows. They were inside me, inside my life. The apartment didn't feel like mine anymore. It belonged to someone else. Someone waiting for me to break. The silence after the last ring was suffocating. Sarah's hand still gripped mine, but her fingers trembled, and so did mine. The kind of tremble that starts deep in your chest and radiates outward, making your limbs feel both heavy and brittle. I pressed my back harder against the cool plaster of the hallway wall, trying to disappear into it. My voice echoed in my head, a twisted mirror that didn't belong to me. I swallowed hard. The door didn't move, no shadow slipped beneath the threshold, but the weight in the air thickened until it was almost physical. "Who was that?" Sarah whispered, barely audible. I shook my head, unable to answer. Because I didn't know. The worst part wasn't the knocking or the false voice. It was the certainty that whoever this was had been inside the apartment. Had been here all along. And they knew me well enough to imitate me. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the silence. 1, 2, 3. I counted seconds as if they were lifelines. When the tension grew unbearable, I edged away from the door, every movement deliberate, careful not to make a sound. I glanced at the peephole, expecting to see nothing but the empty hallway. Instead, the glass was smeared, like someone had pressed a hand against it and then wiped it off clumsily. The faint scent of stale smoke lingered in the air, even though I'd never smoked in this apartment. Sarah's breath came out in a shaky sigh. "We can't stay here tonight," she said. I didn't argue. The thought of sleeping in the same place where someone had slipped in, watched me, and then vanished like a ghost was unbearable. But leaving meant stepping into the unknown outside, and that was just as terrifying. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen counter, holding it like a lifeline. The screen lit up, casting a pale glow in the dark apartment. New messages from unknown numbers waited, hundreds of them now. Hard to believe, I know. Mostly gibberish, some just single words. I opened one at random. "Watching you." The words burned on the screen. I didn't need to read the others to know they were all the same empty, menacing message. Someone was trying to break me down, piece by piece, with whispers and shadows. "We need to get to the bottom of this," I said, voice barely steady. Sarah nodded, eyes dark with worry. "But how? The police won't take this seriously without proof. And if we're being watched, we can't just go poking around." I rubbed my temples, trying to think. Sleep was impossible, but exhaustion was clawing at me. The rational part of my brain wanted to call someone, anyone, but I was terrified that the intruder might be listening, waiting for me to slip. Then, a sudden noise from the bedroom made me freeze. A soft scrape, like something thin sliding across wood. I looked at Sarah, who was already on alert, her eyes sharp in the dim light. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded. Together, we crept toward the bedroom door. The air grew colder, or maybe that was just my imagination, but the hairs on my neck stood on end. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, every instinct screaming to run. But I pushed it open. The room looked untouched at first glance. The bed was made, the window closed, curtains drawn. But then I noticed the small detail that made my stomach drop. The framed photo on the nightstand was face down. I didn't remember turning it over. I flipped it right side up. It was a picture of me, taken inside the apartment. Smiling, unaware. Whoever had been here had taken the time to capture that moment. To invade my privacy so thoroughly. Sarah touched my arm. "We should leave. Now." I agreed. We grabbed our coats and phones, moving quietly through the dark apartment. As I locked the door behind us, I caught one last glimpse of the peephole. The glass was clear again, but I knew it wouldn't stay that way for long. Outside, the night air was sharp and cold. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows. We didn't speak as we walked, the silence between us heavy with unspoken fears. When we reached the coffee shop that never closed, I sat down at a corner table, still gripping my phone. The messages kept coming. "I'm inside. I see you. You can't hide." The words blurred together until they lost meaning, but the threat was unmistakable. Sarah pulled out her laptop, fingers flying over the keys. "I'm trying to trace these numbers." If we can find out who's sending them, maybe we can figure out what they want. Minutes passed. Then, a ping. She looked up, eyes wide. Got something. The number wasn't local. It traced back to a burner phone, but the data showed a pattern, a series of locations, all close to my apartment. And then one location that stood out, the park across the street. I swallowed. That's where I go jogging every morning. Sarah's gaze hardened. You think they're waiting for you there? I wanted to say no, but the truth was a bitter pill. Whoever this was wasn't just inside my apartment. They were inside my life, my routines. Watching. Waiting. We need to be smart about this, Sarah said. No more alone time. No more routines. I nodded, but inside, a darker thought gnawed at me. What if it was too late? What if the person had already crossed the line from watching to something worse? The sky outside began to lighten, the first hints of dawn creeping over the horizon. I felt drained, hollowed out. But the fight wasn't over. Not yet. As we packed up to leave the cafe, my phone buzzed again. Another message. But this one was different. It wasn't a text. It was a photo. A photo of the coffee shop we just left. And in the foreground, barely visible, was a figure sitting alone at a corner table. Watching. Waiting. But then again. The photo on my phone glowed in the dim light of the cafe as Sarah and I stared at it, the shadows of early morning pooling around our legs beneath the table. I pocketed my phone without a word. Sarah's eyes didn't leave mine. We can't stay here, she said quietly. They know where you are. They know you're not alone. I nodded. The weight of those words sank in, thick and cold. The world outside the glass windows was waking up, but inside, everything felt brittle, fragile. We left the cafe together, but every step toward the street felt like walking into a trap. Back at the apartment, the silence was different, heavier, charged. I flipped the lock with deliberate care, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. The door creaked open, revealing a room that was almost unchanged, almost. I glanced around, my eyes catching the faintest shift, a chair slightly askew, a book open to a page I didn't remember reading. Sarah followed behind me, her gaze sharp, scanning every corner. They were here, she said, voice low. Recently. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. How do you know? The way things are moved. The book, it's like they wanted me to see it, or maybe they forgot. Either way, they're close. Closer than I thought. The air smelled faintly of something metallic, like copper and dust. I rubbed my arms, the chill creeping under my skin. The apartment, once my refuge, felt invaded, violated in a way that no lock or chain could undo. That night, I didn't sleep. The apartment's usual creaks and groans sounded like whispers. I kept my phone close, willing it not to buzz, not to light up with another message from a stranger who knew too much. The image from the cafe lingered behind my eyelids, the figure's shadowed face, the way they sat, patient and silent. Morning came, pale and gray. I decided to take the day off work. Sarah was already on the phone, pacing by the window, her voice clipped and urgent. I'm calling a friend, she said. Someone who knows about this sort of thing. Someone who can help. I watched her, grateful and scared all at once. Grateful that I wasn't alone anymore. Scared because this was no longer just about me. It was bigger, darker, and I wasn't sure I was ready for what came next. By afternoon, a plan was forming. The friend Mark arrived, a tall man with a calm demeanor and eyes that missed nothing. He moved through the apartment like he was reading its secrets, noting the scuffed floorboards near the window, the faint fingerprints on the glass. "You've been compromised," he said bluntly. "Someone has been inside, watching your habits, your comings and goings. You're dealing with a stalker who understands the importance of patience." I nodded, the word stalking settling heavily in my mind. It wasn't just an invasion of space, it was an invasion of self. My routines, my privacy, my sense of safety all stripped away. Mark suggested some changes, practical measures, security cameras, motion sensors, even a new lock, but the urgency wasn't just about gadgets. It was about mindset. "You have to be unpredictable," he said. "Change your patterns. Don't be alone. Trust your instincts." Sarah and I listened, absorbing everything. It was overwhelming, but necessary. I realized that the person who'd been inside my life wasn't going to stop just because I wanted them to. Days passed. The apartment slowly transformed from a place of fear to a fortress of vigilance. Lights flickered on timers. Doors were double-checked. Phones stayed close, screens locked tight. But even in these small victories, a shadow lingered, an echo of the breach that had already happened. One evening, as I sat by the window watching the city lights blink alive, my phone buzzed again. A message this time, not a photo. Just one word. "Here." I stared at it, breath caught somewhere between my chest and throat. The word wasn't a threat. It was a promise. A reminder. They hadn't left. They were still here, watching, waiting. I closed the phone slowly, a steady resolve rising in me. I wasn't going to live like this, not in fear, not in silence. The unknown was still out there, but so was I. And I was ready to fight back. The night air felt colder now, sharper against my skin. I slipped the phone into my pocket and stood up, the city sprawling endlessly beneath me. Somewhere in those countless windows and streets, they moved unseen, but undeniably present. My mind raced, piecing together fragments I'd ignored too long. Patterns in the noises, shadows that didn't belong, the way things shifted just out of sight. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and headed back inside. There was work to do, contacts to call, plans to revise, locks to change. Every step echoed with purpose, a rhythm that drowned out the doubt. If they wanted a game, I'd give them one. But on my terms. The screen flickered as I entered my apartment, and I lit a candle, the small flame a defiant beacon in the darkness. Tomorrow, I'd start digging deeper. Tonight, I prepared. The silence was heavy, but no longer suffocating. Because now, I wasn't just waiting, I was hunting. Maps and files spread before me, each detail a clue waiting to be unraveled. The night stretched on, sharp and relentless.